Alright. Welcome everybody, welcome to the stream. Today is going to be much more of an unofficial kind of stream, I suppose. Or like not part of the main storyline, but more like a design stream. Last Sunday we started on Gleba and built the entire 2700 SPM base, but we didn't turn it on yet. I'm going to do that tomorrow on Sunday stream, because that's going to be a high risk and probably one of the more entertaining streams. It's probably going to go wrong a lot before everything is working as it should. Bonus episode, yeah. I feel like some echo is present in the audio. I was thinking the same thing, but I think this is one of the remastered tracks, which a couple updates ago all these Space Age soundtracks got remastered, and a lot of these tracks changed a little. I think it's including this one. This one is indeed much more like echo or reverb than it used to be. It used to be much more arcade style, but now it's more like mysterious or something. Scrap intake is amazing. Yeah, unfortunately that is we're not going to be able to do this kind of thing because of the layout. I would love to have this working and then send the scrap out like this on the belt, all the different types of results, but we just don't have the space for one of these power of towers, because the entire base needs to fit on one island, including the train stops, including the recycling, including getting rid of everything we don't need, and ultimately the science production. Let me get to the save where I actually have a few markers on the map over here. Alright, so what we're looking at now is basically, let's go in map view so I can scroll around a bit better. It's basically the same setup as we designed before. Before we had a setup for 900 SPM, which is this one. Let's just plop it down somewhere as well. So this does 900 SPM with Mark II productivity modules, but since we went to Gleba first, it seems very likely we can get our hands on Mark III productivity modules. So I kinda just updated this design with Mark III productivity modules. Still, the point was 24 belts of scrap, because that was what the 900 one was based on. But that was that's a pretty big difference, right? 985 SPM on Mark II productivity modules, or from the same resources 1540 SPM on Mark III productivity modules from the same 24 red belts of scrap. So then I thought, maybe it's just smart if I build an 1800 SPM design. No matter if we can or cannot fit 28 belts of scrap that it needs, it can produce 1500 SPM if we only have 24 belts. But if we can get away with producing 1800 SPM, then basically it's up to speed with all the other science packs. Like we have on Vulcanus and on Novice, where we are also producing 1800 SPM for all of the other science packs. If we can get that done on Fulgora as well, that would be pretty sweet. So now this is was the only design that's running, so let's load again. Because we should already see a sciencey line over here. 1800 SPM, nice. I think I throttled that through a red belt over here. So it physically cannot be more than 1800 SPM. As you can see, this guy sometimes backs up a little, so yeah, I think we're gonna go for this design. So this is already the work that we did in earlier episodes. And now we just gotta find a landmass which can fit 1800 SPM. I explore the map by command. This is my test installment of the game, so Here is this is the place where our quadruple module maker is situated when we first went to Fulgora, with the main base on this island and then efficiency modules up there, these 4 islands. That is what we have right now. So that gives you that is also what we have explored right now. So it gives you a little bit a sense of distance. I found a good island down here, which is a pretty large landmass connected. But I've also got one more close by over here, which is a little bit less forgiving. And there's a bunch of cliffs on the island, but we have cliff explosives, so I deleted those. So we won't at least have to work around cliffs. So hopefully that'll make it possible to get the entire setup on one island. Last time we took a look at Fulgora, it's months ago. Thanks Ciola for the 4 months of subscriptions. I guess we'll get into that today, Reiner. There are some tricks you can do to get rid of some stuff, like for instance making hazard concrete instead of normal concrete, because recycle time is let's go to the island. Recycle time is a function of the crafting time. So you see, concrete goes quite slow, but if you first craft it into hazard concrete, it will go almost instantly, because the crafting time for hazard concrete is like half a second. So that is the way you can reduce some stuff. For the rest, I don't know what's good advice, but in my first run, yeah, I just recycled. I just looked at how much stuff could be overproduced. Then I just recycled everything away, not necessarily into each other. That's good for the last step, where the product that comes out is also the product that goes back in. You would imagine that sometimes we get a product out of there. So this is not good for this, because it's 2 different ones. We get stone bricks and iron ore out of there, and that can clog up. So in that case you would want to split it, for instance like this, and have one for bricks and one for iron ore. I don't know what's the best method, but this will never clog up basically, if you just make sure you are fast enough in getting rid of all the concrete. Then again, hazard concrete does recycle back into regular concrete, I think. And then you can craft it again into hazard concrete, so you can make a loop like that. I'm just catching the ropes myself as well. Just figuring out, or just relearning how Fulgora works basically. So we can do something like this and then feed the hazard concrete back into the machine. You will have fast inserters available. So this loop basically gets rid of all concrete very efficiently, because crafting hazard concrete is fast and recycling hazard concrete back into concrete is fast. So all the concrete that your base produces goes into this recycler, and then it just loops away. So there are some things you can do, but for other things, like if you need to recycle like basic stuff which recycles into itself, like iron plates, you can just recycle it into itself, that's fine. But with iron plates, of course, you can also do the same thing as what has the concrete and make iron chests of it first. In fact, you can use quality modules and then just scoop off all the quality chests or something, which is nice for usage in the base. Alright, for our story though, last time we basically thought it would be impossible to get 24 red bells of scrap recycled. So this is the first design, or this is like the design we came up with the last time. It's pretty wide. Like this is 2 trains coming in. It can do 4 red bells of scrap into products, I think. Don't really remember, but this uses 12 inserters. That's 24 items a second. Okay, so now it's together one belt of scrap. This design does one belt of scrap together. Well, and if we look at the mouse over stats here, we can see it keeps up with 15.7 scrap a second, which is a yellow belt. So this entire thing was only one red belt of scrap recycling. So this is 2 red belts of scrap recycling. And if you're gonna try to paste it on one of these islands, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5. That's like 10 red belts of scrap, and you need the rail ramps, and you need to get out of there, and you need some waiting bays, etc, etc. So design 1 is pretty much not usable. It is nice though, because we got the beacon in the center to help with speed, but it is very space inefficient. So I guess here we have design 1 working. I guess I can restart it by just doing this and speeding up the game. Let's have the FPS counter there. So here it's working. We got the waiting bay close by. That's kind of required to make sure there is never a long pause in unloading the chests. But yeah, pretty space inefficient. So I tried to make the same design without the beacons in the middle. That's a little bit of a problem, because then the recyclers become quite slow. 7.4 items a second. So to solve that, we have design number 2, I suppose, which is the same thing without beacon. No. I did prepare this. Not that one. I don't have trains running on here. It's the same design without beacon. The problem with this is to get this one to be fast enough. Let's actually get over there. Where is it? Yeah, I'm gonna be forced into elevated rails. So the problem with this is why doesn't that refill? It does. The problem with it, to get it fast enough without using a beacon, I have to use rare quality recyclers and 4 super expensive Mark III rare speed modules, which, I mean, we can make these, but I don't know if we can make them in the amounts we need to do this. But if we compare this to the first design, the advantage of course is this is smaller, like the footprint is smaller because we don't use 4 spaces in the middle for beacons. So the rail is more close by. Then to put this in practice, I tried to use the waiting bays in such a way that we can like rotate this stuff back on itself, like so. And then we have even more space, even though the rails, it might be a bit hard to route the trains in from all the distances, but I mean, elevated rails look like you can just go over everything, but that's not really the case. Like, you cannot just cross heavy oil fields, and a lot of the island does border like heavy oil regions, so that's hard to do. So that is what it would look like in practice, this design. It is possible, I think, to fit enough trains like this on the island. Here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stations like that. And we've got more space over here, and that leaves the middle area to do all the recycling and science producing. But all of these designs, they rely on buffer chests to keep production going at all times, because obviously if you got a train going anywhere, where is it? So yeah, if you got a train going over here, these buffer chests make sure that these recyclers always can eat stuff while the train goes away. Production can continue because of the buffer chest. That is generally good design, but it also takes up a lot of space. So I went into designing one without buffer chests, and that actually turns out to be pretty promising. Where is it? Good question. It's over here. Right, so look at this footprint. That is basically one train feeding 4 recyclers on each end, directly from the wagon. We are just using even the cheap Mark 1 speed modules, because they are fast enough to keep up with the inserters. The inserters are the limiting factor here. We're feeding 6 inserters per recycler instead of 12, so that's a huge difference. These do 12.1 items a second, and we can get 12 items a second in here. It should be less if you look at the rotation speed, but in practice it turns out to be 720 degrees instead of 691. If you use it in this orientation, at least, with from container to container. So we're doing 12 items a second, and we have the recycler not working for like one tick in between or something like that. We do need turbo belts to ferry all the goods out of here. That's pretty interesting. And when the train goes away, this will empty out again. There we go. And it empties out. That is pretty promising. And we can stack those rails pretty close by each other, right? So if we can compare that to the first design, that is like over 3 times as compact, and it does more recycling per line. You do need a stupidly weird train with to be able to pull this off. You cannot do a normal wagon. You cannot do this with 2 wagons in a row, because it just doesn't fit the recyclers and the output. So it would look like this, so that would not fit. And of course you can do something like this, but then you only feed 4 inserters per recycler, and again you get 2 more tiles of space usage. Probably 6 more tiles of space usage instead of having these. You need a belt as well for the stuff to go out, whereas here you're outputting on the sides. So, and the rail is per 2, which makes this a lot worse. So we're gonna go with these. We have turbo belts unlocked, so that is good. Looks like we're gonna use them. We are in fact making more than 45 items a second from one train, I think. So let's look here. We have 24 inserters pulling from a wagon, and then 24 over here is 48 inserters times 2 items per second per inserter is 96 scrap a second from this train, and 96 scrap a second turns into 58 items a minute, so that is pretty sweet. We might actually not be doing exactly 96, it looks a bit high. The thing is though, we are only doing this when a train is in the station. If there's no train in the station, then of course we have a momentary production of 0. But that's alright. Because the belt itself can function as a buffer. Because this belt eventually will be processed at the main plant. And if we are just bringing in enough scrap per second, which should be about 54,000 a minute, or 900 scrap a second, then the belt buffer can just catch the rest. This is not a compressed belt, but because it's a turbo belt, once it's empty and it starts to back up further down the line, the turbo belt will compress the belt again. And we have this oscillating effect basically, so that should be good, even though we don't have buffer chests over here and some momentary gaps in production. When we are doing this, we have that almost 60 items a second, so I have stopped thinking in red belts of throughput, because we're not really using red belts of scrap coming in and feeding that into a recycler like before was the idea. But we are just straight up unloading from the wagons into recyclers, so we don't have a red belt anymore. And then the only limiting factor is the stuff that comes out, and that is 60% of what goes in, basically. Let's see, we can maybe go to Excel real quick before we start designing. The issue, or the challenge for today is to actually fit all of this on one island and start designing the actual base behind the scrap. The intermediates from scrap recycling to science production all needs to fit on one base. Alright, here we are. Sorry for the white flash. I should have warned you about that. So this is the old science per minute 985 off of 24 red belts of scrap. I kinda abandoned that with the Mark II productivity module. I kinda abandoned that. We go for Mark III productivity modules, 16% productivity on every step of the way. And that says we can do 1800 SPM on 54,000 scrap a minute, which is 900 scrap a second. So this is our new number. No more bells, 54,000 scrap a minute. That is what we need. That includes the holmium plates we need for Aquilo. I just added a bunch to the holmium plate number over here. 285 holmium plates extra. If we delete this, we can see it's only 28 belts. But let's leave it like this. So this is gonna be our base, 54,000 scrap a minute. Let's get rid of the white screen. Yes, that concludes kind of the intro. I did test with the bay. If the distance becomes really large, like this thing kinda represents, we can make another waiting bay basically anywhere in the middle. So these are two-headed trains. We've got a mining drill as well with Mark III productivities and speed modules, which feeds up the entire thing quite quickly. These drills do 66 items a second right now. How do people get million signs per minute bases? This technology, plus a bunch of other ones, increases the amount of research progress per consumed science pack. And that costs 1200 signs to begin with. And then you get all things like productivity tax. You have blue chip productivity, low density structure productivity, a lot of mining productivity, plastic productivity, all that kind of things. You really ramp up the amount of stuff per second that you can make. But we don't have any of those bonuses, so we are physically going to be producing 1800 science packs a minute. And still, with the biolabs going, that is going to turn into almost 6000 science per minute already. So that's over 3 times the amount. Right, if we look at the new train station on an island, it would, for instance, fit like this. That is 12 train stops. I did measure that. I think one double, 2 of these train stops did over. Let's go back into the actual save where I didn't mess with stuff yet. I think the first thing we're gonna do is measure how much scrap per minute this thing can do. And I think I don't have anything else producing. I think the 10k figure is wrong actually. Maybe not. I probably want to build this on another planet, to be honest. One which is empty. Like Norvis. There's some more of that train testing I did with the chest variant, which we're not going to use. It looks kind of cool though. But yeah, the no buffer chest variant is just much more compact. We don't have any production here of anything, I think. Or do we? Oh, we do. I have this set up over here. More testing stuff. Alright, so we can, for now we can get rid of all of this. And then we will no longer have any production. Okay, that's good. Let's fast forward time a bit. Hey Sheep, thanks for the 20-month subscription. Sorry, I'm not really keeping up with chat during the intro story of what I've been doing off cam. You know, the 30-minute intro. I don't have bulk inserters, no. I don't have fast inserters even. I don't have stack size. I think with this new train system though, we can... one of those. Alright, we have global power network enabled. I think with this train system we can get away with fast or like long-handed inserters with stack size 1. So hopefully that will go well. I do have a blueprint for a train. Or do I? I don't. Alright, we'll just quickly make one. This is a very specific train. One is pointing to the right, this one's pointing to the left. But so be it. This is test home. Weight condition, I suppose empty cargo. It's going to be as simple as empty cargo and full cargo. And here we've got a filling station with illegal stack inserters and infinity chests. So that's just representing the ore patch. Alright, now we just quickly need to make a blueprint of this train once it's here. We need to put it on the right track. Speed it up. Alright, so for the real thing, if we make sure we now have an interruption because we are putting the trains there, but if we make sure This train leaves, this train enters. We have the shortest time that there is no production going, and then we can just run it for a while. So we're doing 480 scrap per 5 seconds. 57.60 a minute. But we're not doing that all the time. So let's just fast forward time a bit. And have a couple of this train just unload. I think I'm gonna have to switch for the smaller gi. I'm streaming in high quality, so hopefully that will be fine, but stuff just doesn't fit on the screen very well. Let me know your opinions in chat if this is still visible enough. But this is the new pattern. So we gotta do that over like 10 minutes and see what the average is. Yeah, so it's just back and forth with a waiting bay. And we theoretically can have more waiting bays if the trajectory becomes too long and have more trains on the track. So that should be possible. So this is the average production over a 10-minute span. 5022, 4960, 5022, 4960. Right, so it oscillates a bit. So it's almost 10,000 or almost 5,000 for a train, just slightly under 5,000. From the Excel, the target number is 54,000 scrap a minute. So even if you take the lower number, 54,000 scrap a minute, and we divide it by 4960. It gives us 11 trains. I guess if we divide it by the higher number, it will also give us 11 trains. It's just a small difference. So if we have 11 trains running, we should theoretically be producing enough, or we should be ferrying in enough scrap to supply 1800 SPM with the Gleben Mark III productivity module. So we need 11 of these trains. So maybe we'll try to build 12. 12 is a nice number. It makes for nice looking patterns and whatnot. And if one of the mining patches runs out, we have a little bit of time to remedy the situation before science production drops, basically. Right, and 1000 times science cost, you have to imagine that unlocking anything hidden behind science is wildly stupidly expensive, but any item itself is basically negligible in cost. Like, it's probably cheaper to build to produce a rocket silo than it is to research, let's say, fast inserters for example, because that costs like looks like 90,000 resources. 90,000 resources to unlock fast inserter. 1 copper plate and 2 iron plates times 30,000. So any item is incredibly cheap, but any research is incredibly expensive. That is really what it is like. Alright, I'm gonna make some saves as we go along, but I'm going to go... Two numbers should be good enough for the stream. But we won't get into 4 digits. Trained in a Michael Hendricks playthrough. Yeah, I know. What can I do? It's Fulgora. My hands are tied. I can't. I got away in my new player experience without trains on Fulgora. Because you don't need that much science. And I found one logistic bottables good scrap island, which... could bring over the scrap for the entire game, but there's no way we're gonna do that with 54,000 scrap a minute. Right. So we got all these areas. I think we can delete them now. So we need 11 trains then. I already tested that before, but not really. I just did it a bit here where other things were running as well. So now we know for sure 11 trains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I got 12 stations on this side. What is this? Oh, this is a radar, alright. We don't need to have all 12 stations on that side. It kind of depends on what we're going to be doing. Since this is a new save, I can delete all the old designs. We have island 2 over here. I'm just going to delete that tag as well. We're just going to be on the big island here. So let the design process begin. First thing, let's put all those legendary stupid towers on the island. It's a bit annoying that you cannot design without constantly getting struck by lightning. It looks like we even will have to put one in the middle. At least the railway is safe. All right. So that covers the entire island for now. Let's also put one up here. See, if you didn't know, I didn't. But the legendary towers, they have a way bigger area than the small ones. That's nice. Alright. How do we even start this? So basically what we need to connect 12 trains is 12 good scrap spots. So 12 of these tiny islands. Which have like in the multi-millions of scrap available. And if we bring over rare or uncommon big mining drills, maybe we'll do uncommons on here. Probably rare. Let's go with rare. We'll design with rare and look if we have enough. If not, we can probably make more. Okay, let's put some blueprints on this bar. I have the mining blueprint right here, so that could be a mining patch. Of course, we need lightning collector. So that could be one train. And then we need to find 11 spots like that, preferably more. So maybe we do want to take in from both sides. The problem here is here we are facing the deep oil ocean, so we cannot really build there very well. Something like that would be possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can do more than 12 trains if we need to. It's going to be a bit annoying to actually build them though. Alright, so we'll put this one on the bar. Wait, that one is that this one? Oh yeah, it is this one, alright. We got the mining drill thing and the train. Now we get to see, today we get to find out if I actually know how trains work. That's a good question. Mining patch, train, and home. Alright, that'll do, I suppose. Current placeholders don't have belts. Ah, right, we have infinity chests there. So maybe we do want to replace them with these. In fact, maybe we do want to... We're probably gonna go with bots here, realistically. So maybe we'll update the blueprint first. I have no idea how this is gonna look though. I guess it won't hurt to request from buffer chest, so let's just copy that. This is gonna have stack size 1 by default. That's gonna be our new blueprint then. I didn't hear this track before. Is this Fulgora? Fulgora 7. Alright. I haven't spent much time on Fulgora, haven't I? Alright, so this is the... We should make this a tileable blueprint, really. So I can just drag it down. But what is the grid size? It's a 10. It's 10 high. Oh no, we need a relative grid. 10 high. I suppose like this. The beacons are extra. So now I can just drag it. Alright, that's good. Let's keep the alignment in place. I think this was a decent alignment. Ah, no, it's not. It's not a decent alignment at all. Let's see if we can get 6 trains on each side. Alright, there's one tiny issue. So these things are going at a speed of 12 per second, which is fast enough. These also go at... Okay, they don't have the same modules. Okay, I messed up something. These have Mark II modules. That's not correct. They should have Mark Is. Let's update. Throw it in again. So we need a speed of 12 per second. So these have 12 per second over here. These also have 12 a second, but ideally I would not build these outer beacons. All of these are affected by 2 beacons, whereas this one is only affected by this beacon if we delete this row. We can compensate though the outer row with Mark II speed modules to make him fast enough, I believe, or we can upgrade to uncommon recyclers, which is even faster. So that maybe is the choice. Just update to uncommon to speed up to above 12 a second. We will have a couple uncommons available. So if we go to place this on this area over here, it doesn't matter if the top beacons are not on there. Train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's see. So it doesn't matter if the beacon doesn't get placed. The beacons could get placed if you place it like this, actually. Okay, maybe we'll just keep the beacons then, because it looks nice. It actually fits around this weird oil ocean here. I think during the design process we should actually just keep the infinity chests, not the requester chests. So we can actually properly test our trains. And I can change that out later. Because if I don't, we will need to constantly put rocket fuel everywhere. That is 6 trains. Maybe I should get rid of the detailed info. We do have green belts. We researched almost all of the... I mean, this is not the official save, but I think we researched almost all of the technologies besides... Okay, let's save here. We'll use that one. I did copy the end of... This is a different installation. I just have 2 saves here. 9 months ago and the last stream. So this is where we actually left off. Let's just check what we actually have researched. Because I assume we have green belts researched, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, okay, we do have turbo belts researched in the actual game. That's good. This is what we're going to be switching on tomorrow. With the biter racks and whatnot. And there are no turrets here to defend anything if something goes wrong with these pentapod decks, because we have no base defense. But that's tomorrow Mike's problem. Alright. So then we basically have to find scrap islands close by enough. We're gonna have the entire thing available. Let's get rid of the test setup here as well. Okay, I just deleted everything. Alright, I deleted too much. The recyclers will also get, or like the lightning towers are gonna get deleted. Alright, we're likely to put a train here, but for now we'll just delete it. That's unresearched cliff explosive, so I can just delete this without deconstructing the cliffs. I do not want to deconstruct the cliffs at the moment. Okay, is there anything else? This is the old scrapinator. I guess that won't affect things too much. We got the sign set up. These old train setups can go. These old setups can go. Okay, there's a lot of scrap. It was making a long list apparently. This is not really helpful. Let's move this over to the main island. I think we're just gonna have to make some markers ourselves. Like, if we want 6 on each side, what do we have? 20 million? 20 million is good. That's island 1. Ah, we can actually mark the scrap like that. That might be good. 70 million. Sure, that could be one. 14 million. Let's see if we can. 9 million. 9 million. 22 million. 14. That's not great. Let's see if we can get like 20 million sources or above. 25. 19, that counts. These don't count. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The big islands all have very poor sources. That's the design of this entire thing. 26. 3.4, alright. And this is actually the quadruple module maker. So perhaps we want to, if we want to ever reactivate that, we want to keep those scrap sources around this area reserved for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. We're getting pretty far away already. Here we got 20 million. That is surprising. It looks like we're going to have to grab almost every good island nearby. How about on this side? 34, 6, 27. I'm actually there, alright. 28, 17. Maybe I have to reconsider my standards a bit. Maybe 15 million is good enough as well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we have more than 12 good sources nearby-ish. So I'm gonna delete them again, so we don't have those markers on the edge of the screen all the time. I'm gonna save that for last. That is something I might be doing off cam if need to. We can just connect one just for fun. Not necessarily off cam, but connecting. Maybe we should do that right now, and I just deleted everything because I don't want the rail lines to intersect really. So we gotta do them in order, and there might not be space to get out anymore if we might have to move the train stations a bit. And I'm still gonna keep it for last, I think. Actually getting the stuff out of there. So how am I going to simulate bringing the scrap in then? I mean, I know what I should be bringing in. I should be bringing in 54,000 scrap a minute. If we divide it by red bells. 30 red bells. But we're already scrapping that in here. And we only have 6 belts, 6 of those coming in. Is that exactly a blue belt? Would be too much coincidence. It's not. I think we're just gonna have to actually build it to properly simulate this. What the mess that's gonna come out of here. Alright, so we're starting then with doing the islands. Sorry about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that one's kinda here. 5. Trains. Yeah, finally trains. I'm glad some of you are happy. This is my hell. 34, 6, 27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 sources here. That's the easiest one accessible by this side, I think. So let's delete the 25 million. And we got some replacement sources a little bit further out, I suppose. If we can find one more, we have all 20 million or better. Okay, let's take back this one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Alright, so we do have 6 sources for the other side as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we are gonna hook up. We can then delete the weak ones. 16 million goes away, 15 million away, and 17 million away. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. 12 sources, that is exactly what we want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of these goes down, one of these goes straight, the rest goes up. Alright. On these islands we are going to be rootless all cliffs, and we should research cliff explosives again. All cliffs disappear, so our train thing fits. Visually it's pleasing if the setup is horizontal. This vertical train stuff doesn't really look too nice. So we're gonna try to keep it horizontal. And I need to put that legendary lightning tower on there. That's not part of the design, but we needed to project the mining drill. Right, so let's go first ever. This is already going to be part of the official design, I think. Do I want to like min-max the space here? It's probably possible to put these things a bit higher up. Let's try that. That might save a whole bunch of space. Let's save this. We'll save this. Where the heck am I? I'm over here. So if it doesn't fit, we'll just go back here. Maybe we can get, especially since most sources are up here, we can maybe get more over here on the island. Okay, we cannot go higher than this. We cannot go more left than this. It exactly fits, apparently. So, are we able to get out of here? No, there is no way out here. Not if we keep this pattern at least. We might be able to go out. No, we can't. All right, I think the maximum, the minimum turning circle has changed quite dramatically as well compared to how it was before. Okay, that just doesn't fit. I can move this forward a little, I suppose. Or we can even, for this one, orient the waiting bay vertical. That doesn't really look nice though. Alright, let's try. That would fit. And we can have that one guy go off over here perhaps. Alright, so we have space for that. That is possible. Alright, we don't have space for a waiting bay like that. But the waiting bay does not need to be straight. Okay, so that's an option. And we can actually converge there again, probably. That could be a waiting bay. That would look the least jarring, I think. And there is space for a 5-wagon train. We only have 4 wagons to worry about. This one is a bit... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we do need a bit more space. We can technically put it here and here. So that should still work. The train comes in here, goes in the bay, waits for that train to leave, that train leaves, it goes in here. Yeah, it should work exactly the same as all of those. So that looks fairly nice, I think. And then we can just get off of the island here. We can build this everywhere. Alright. Apparently that one fits. That doesn't look right though. I think it should be mostly on the land to look nice. I mean, we will make it not look nice if we need to. But that is the first issue done. So we're going here. Let's see if we can just make it over the oil ocean like this. Looks like we need to go all the way around. Or we need to go off this way. It looks like this is not passable. Yeah, here I cannot go further. Okay, so maybe I turned this the wrong way. Maybe we're going off here. Okay, that would work. I hate this map view stuff, man. That's valid as well. That would kind of make sense. I can just literally just click it together like this. What did we make? Should we just use this? I think we should just use this. That could be the first one. Yeah, we got bidirectional train. There's no way I can make loops for every train. Also, the advantage is I can just build it in such a way that none of the train tracks cross, so we don't need to worry about irregularities in the schedule due to trains crossing. How to power the islands? I guess they're just gonna have accumulators for the night. Suppose we'll actually build up one. Just start mining and see if it actually can... How many accumulators do we need to power this? We got a test away stop. I guess it's no more test. This is for realsies. Am I going to manually name those? I think for now, no. Scrap mine. And then scrap home. Yeah, sure, scrap home is fine. Okay, it's automatically updated. So, I need to worry about the orientation though. This one should automatically go. Let's make a save. Okay, that was bad. I just recycled a bunch of... What did I even do? I recycled a bunch of rocket fuel. Alright, that was not great. That's what saves are for. Yeah, the islands are pretty small. I don't think I can bring power there. We need to power everything locally, I think. Right, so if we set it for scrap mine, it can go away. It has the other end in there. That's the actual mining speed. It's possible to put another mining drill or two on there, but not really sure that's worth it. This is pretty fast already. Test home. Alright, so I do need to update the schedule still. Scrap home. Empty cargo. I set it for scrap mine. Alright. Let's actually set it to face the other way. For now, I should probably... delete all of these things. Everything that's scrapped for now needs to get deleted. So let's put these handy deleters at the end of each belt. Thanks Tobbers for the 11 months of subscription. Today is definitely a stream, that is true. The first stream. But we're actually doing train stuff. I kind of like just having the train planner decide the course with one simple shift click and not micromanaging it myself. It's not going to be possible for all mines, I think, because train tracks might cross, but sure. Right, so let's resave. Put the train on there and see what happens. Scrap home, scrap mine. Alright, so the schedule is good. I cannot put it on here. We need to put it on here. Thanks, hey, Ulofsot as well, for the triple mond. Alright, we should be putting fuel in there, so that's good. We can actually ride the train, if I was faster, which I'm not. Right, so we're loading up. Alright. The first test load of the game. Coming back home. So this should work easily. The question is, if I put 2 more trains on there, I hope that this is close by enough to not get any trouble. To have the trains be fast enough. Let's send this guy away. Speed it up, and he's gone. Second train will be stopping in the waiting bay, and this train will pretend it's just unloaded. So that means the new train should come back. Let's just stay in here, full cargo. 1111 trains. I tried using a normal train, okay, in the design phase, but I just couldn't get it to work due to the way we are directly feeding from cargo wagons into the recyclers. The recyclers are too large. Alright, so this train is now waiting. The other train is getting loaded. So this is a real life scenario, let's say. This should be way faster. And the unloading process is way slower. So hopefully that train will be back in time. Yeah, it's coming. I hope the bitrate is okay. This is a very reddish stream with red rails, red trains on a red planet. Alright, this one is in the waiting bay and the third train is out to load. Looks like we're fast enough, but just barely. Let's see how it goes with this train. I can keep this open. and mouse over on this one, we can see it filling up to 2K. 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8. I cannot drive remotely and keep an eye on the cargo bay, on the cargo at the same time. This might be just exactly fast enough, really. So that means this is already the maximum distance. Alright, we have more left now. So that was about 7 slots left. Most of the time is spent mining. We do have the option to make the mining drills faster by adding more speed modules. Question is now, when is this guy gonna arrive back? About 7 slots were left last time, when the other train arrived. Alright, looks like it's still building up, so we'll just let this run a little bit and we can maybe start building the second one. Quality rocket fuel. No, we don't have quality rocket fuel. I'm not planning to go into that complexity for Fulgora. Not for the main base. It's going to be enough of a headache as it is. And we have probably very limited space available. I hope it all fits. We'll be finding out today, I hope. I'm not going to research much braking speed. I don't think it really helps. And also I like how the trains stop. How they take a little bit of time to stop. I like how that looks. I don't like the braking speed technology. Although it is for mega bases, it's probably a lot more necessary than for this one. Alright, so patch 2, let's go on, let's continue. So we have this one, which is the drill. I'm not sure we can get out of here from this side on. It doesn't seem there is a way, so that cannot happen. Let's try going the other way. What I should be doing actually is... Oh, we cannot go that way either. Alright. So maybe we have to go north or south facing on some of the islands. I want to... figure out the best we got the expected resources showing down there. 6.3, 5.8, 5.8, 4.0. So I want those to be roughly equal. Let's put that one there since I click there all the time. 4.8, 5.7. 5.9, 6.1, 5.6, 4.4. Okay, that's worse. This looks the best orientation then. But if I have to... I don't think I can get out of here. Oh, I can. Alright, so my blueprint actually leaves space for another miner, which could fit in the same wagon over here. But if you have those mining drills there, that rail ramp does simply not fit. So I have the rail ramp here in the blueprint, but looks like if we say we're not going to build these drills anyway, we can get away with putting this guy here. And then we should be fine. Okay, so let's see how that connects. So let's say I want to connect it to here. There is a way. Okay, it goes south. That is nice. How did it go? Oh, that's a pretty sweet track, I would say. So now we just put 3 trains on there. Let's again save, because this is hard to undo if it goes wrong. That's the first one. I think I have to update the names in the mining patch blueprint. So let's go to yet another one. For now we'll just put it. Scrap mine. Alright. And we'll save that. Oh, you can change it like this now. That's pretty sweet. There comes the train. Alright, and then another one. And another one. That should be the second one. It just barely fits. How long does it take anyway to mine up 4.8 million scrap? Let's say 5 million scrap times 3 for the mining drill times 1.84 for the productivity bonus. So this drill has access to 27 million scrap. And we are mining it at 66.2 a second, which gives us 400,000 seconds. Or 115. Oh, that is not that much actually. 115 hours of mining. Oh. I mean, we are 300 hours in on this save. I think we're over 400 hours in on the main save. Yeah, 450 hours we are in on the main save. And this is a good badge as well, 28 million. Alright, so I guess we're not going to be researching Fulgoran science all the time. If we research the absolute minimum in Fulgoran technology, let me check my science plan. Everything will be researched through Biolab, so everything is half price. Fulgoran science packs, we need only 4,750,000 physical science packs. That's how many science packs we need to beat the game. And at 1800 SPM is 2600 minutes. Okay, that is way less though. So we need 44 hours of science production, and our mining drills should last about 100 hours. So that means we will not need to rebuild any or many mining outposts on Fulgora, I suppose. It does mean I do want to use the rare mining drills, so I'm gonna go out of my way to get those here. The downtime doesn't really matter. Just the amount of resources I will have access to. So that means I want to probably try to make sure that each drill has at least 2 million worth of ore to mine, or it will potentially run out during the course of the game. How are we here? 7.5, 10 million, 14. Would this be better if it was one tile back? 9.5, 13, 9.6, 8.1. Yeah, that's better. 11, 11, 8, 9.4. It doesn't look like it's better, but it appears to be better. I think we'll bring it one tile back. 9.6, 8.1, 9.5, 13. This one is not going to be a critical one. This one is going to be fine. Each drill has at least 8 million under there. They do share a little bit of area. So realistically it's a bit worse. 6.3, 6.1, 5.9, 4.4. But this one has 4.4 if I move it, so I think here we are okay. Okay, we got 2 trains set up then. Now we know the ropes. Alright, this one is still almost full. Yeah, it looks like we have plenty of time. Okay, let's go for train number 3 then. I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably like that. So we're gonna go to this one now. We first got to delete everything. Seems like they will be coming from the right here as well. If we can. Okay, so this time we'll find the orientation first. It's a little bit annoying to see for you. It's here in the corner between all the annoying arrows. 10 million, 9, 12, 15. That sounds pretty good already. 10, 9, 6, 14, 14. That's better. We can likely go back one tile as well. 12, 12, 11, 10. Okay, that is, I'm gonna go for that. Alright. Let's see if the route planner, what the route planner decides the optimal route is. We need to go here. Holding shift, it can take a while, perhaps. Okay, the further you go, the longer it takes. Can we get here though? Don't move the cursor. I'm gonna try holding it for like 10 more seconds. You got a max distance. It appears to be. We can go in. We can get on this island though. I'm pretty sure we cannot cross this, so it's hard to find the route. We do know there's a way over here. It appears possible. Okay, that appears there's a max distance. Alright, so we'll have to put some manual stuff. There is a pretty long distance though. Let's see if we can cross this. I don't think we can cross this. Or at least not in that amount of distance. We need to find another way. Okay, let's manually, it looks like this way is passable. So perhaps we'll just go out like this then. Let's put that down. And see if this connects in one go. It does seem to connect. Sure. Two-step process. Train station number 3. Done. Alright. That's a much larger distance. So we might need to... this might not happen anymore, that trains line up to... that they line up waiting full if the travel distance is too long. But we'll just check that once we know. Okay, so fourth train needs to go to this island. I think we have a pretty clear road going around like that, where we come in from the other side then. Alright. 10,013,000, 8.7, 9.7. 11, 12, 9, 11. 9, 10, 13, 8. Okay, that's worse. I guess we'll go for that one. Okay, this one seems the best. We got the tower on here already, so that's good. Let's see if we can get home in one way. It's probably just too far. Yes, a little bit too far. Alright, so we do see we can get there as well. This is more aesthetically pleasing. Let's do that. And we got away, but this is potentially a future mine, so we don't want to go through there. So I guess we'll manually go out a little. Oh, we cannot. Alright, looks like we are going past here then. We don't want to turn like that because that blocks the other ones. Okay, that looks fine. We really need to turn here though. Okay, we don't. And then we'll just try to connect through here. That new train planner is pretty impressive, I must say. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, this is a very reliable way of filling the wagons. I will put a waiting bay on the far side if it turns out this empties out before new trains come back. It's leaving now. This one's probably gonna run out before that guy is back. That's bad. So this is going to be too long. So we want a waiting bay, probably it doesn't really matter where, somewhere close to the drill is fine. And we want to put an extra train on there then as well. So we can see that later. If there's a train waiting before that one is empty, but good, we're just going to check that later. Let's first connect the remaining ones. 1, 2, 3, 4 are connected, 5 and 6 are next. This one is far away. Let's put one of those super radars down, which the editor extensions mod gives you. Pretty nice. I don't really want to discover more area. That thing can get struck by lightning, sure. Alright, now it's in our vision. We're gonna have to go out so far every time. There's gonna be a lot of annoying work to build all these drills. 9, 7, 11, 14 and 9.8. So it looks like we need to go south. 11, 10, 14, 11. Okay, that's good enough. Can I get over here? Yeah, we can. I kind of want to go over here a bit though. There's a very slim line where we can get across. That looks pretty nice. We go... I think we go on this island here as well. Okay, apparently that was not a good move. Alright, sure. Okay, also let's try to go this way. We can't. Okay, we need to go here. Oh, that's bad. Is this really the only possible crossing? Apparently it is. Alright. Okay, this thing is just gonna turn then. It needs to go over here. And there should be plenty of space there. As long as this guy turns later, we should be okay. Blueprinting this might result in a blueprint of unreasonable size. I kind of have the feeling that a blueprint of unreasonable size is measured in a one-dimensional line, really. I only had it happen with the like 26,000 tile wide space platform, even though it was only like 10 tiles high. And I've done like large blueprints of bases before, which definitely are like in surface area more than that. It would be 2600 by 100. It's not extremely big. Building Fulgora is going to be absolutely annoying, I think. I don't like how this looks with the alignment. We'll go one further. We're actually going to be blueprinting this, so I'm not going to redesign this again. Alright, so now we got something. We just need to connect that to here. Maybe not necessarily here, but to here. That would be alright. And this might just go that way and beyond. Trains. Oh, I didn't connect it to the wrong one. I just didn't put trains on there, apparently. Alright. We'll put trains on all three at the same time then. Last mine is over here, so that one is close by again. .7, 13, 11, 4. Okay, that's bad. 12, 8, 8, 9. That's probably going to be optimal. Or maybe this is better. Let's keep this one. And that one should be fairly easy to connect. Again, we don't want to cross that one. We just want to go... Probably just... We can let the route planner decide this one. Can we make it? Yeah. Alright. Let's see what the route planner decided. Straight over all the scrap. Sure. Why is this connected annoyingly like that? There is no weight. Ah, okay, I see. There's just heavy oil ocean in the way. Sure. That is one side done. This is gonna look like a very scary 12-legged spider or something. It's Halloween, so why not? Let's save. Let's go to the train station thing. I cannot say I really like how it looks. I like the elevated rails, but I don't know. Maybe it's alright. Let's put the trains on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. Let's see if this guy still empties out before the new train arrives. It appears so. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the case for this one as well. We might this one might need a second waiting bay. It's so long. This one might be short enough again. So let's just speed things up a bit, because we can. We don't have the entire base running in the background, so we can still go like 10 to 15 times game speed, and I can read chat for a little bit. This is how the base is gonna look in terms of bringing the scrap and recycling the scrap. Pretty space efficient, if you ask me. Took me a long time to puzzle out something like this, with the direct feeding to recyclers from the wagons directly. think it will be pretty nice to ride. This is not really the nice way to do elevated rails though. Elevated rails they give you so many more options when you're designing like city blocks and just like interconnected rail networks. Whereas every rail line is a single line that doesn't intersect any of the other rails, which is by design, but still it doesn't really use the benefits of elevated rail, so to say. But it is very reliable to have a fully private line for every train line. Alright, so we can see train station 1, 2 and 6 over here. Those are short enough because the train is back in time. Here though, these trains all run out. These are actually pretty close. Let's check this one. Okay, it's out and yeah, it's waiting. Okay, so that's not good. What about this one? Okay, this one is out and this one is out. So the other three need another waiting bay somewhere. That is not going to be very blueprintable. I just have to make a bypass and call it good, I suppose. Do I do it right at the mining drill? Probably. If I do it at the mining drill, it needs to be half empty about right now. And it's still more than half full. So now the next train already could go to the waiting bay, so I guess we'll do it. Can we make it look nice? Like a parallel bay or something. We need some space for rail signals as well. It appears we need to branch out from here perhaps. Okay, it doesn't really matter how we build it. We're not belting. I need rail signals on this thing. I need to actually physically go there because I have all the stuff in my inventory. I just don't have it. In the map view. Okay, there's plenty of space to place signals everywhere, so that's good. I always forget it's one of them goes in. Right, we can just logically deduce that. We want probably a chain signal going in because we want to look to the next. We want to look to the next signal. Now I'm getting exposed. Now I'm gonna get exposed as a train noob. Alright, let's check what we did here. Alright, yeah, we need a chain signal before we go on the two-way again. That was what I was missing. Where the heck are we going? Over here? Alright, so we want this. We don't want the train to go on the single track unless the next signal is green. This one might be obsolete. This one might not be necessary. We'll figure it out soon. Let's start with a double signal on the other side as well, like this. And then we make it a one-way. Do I drive on the right-hand side? Looks like I did. Let's keep that. I physically don't know what I'm doing right now. Alright, this needs to be a normal one. Right. I'm not gonna read chat now, I wanna figure it out myself. It's now this train goes. Let's go a bit faster. Alright. What's happening now? We are looking at this chain signal. The chain signal will only be... Why is this not green though? It's looking to that one. Ah, we haven't separated that out of it. Alright, this is an entire block. That is not okay. This needs to be separate. Now it's separate. Alright, that was the issue. Now it's green, but this one is green as well. We can put an extra train on there. This one needs to go home first. I did this already in the other world, which I had on where we started the stream. Maybe I'll just, if this doesn't work correctly, I'll just check it out there. Alright, this is not good. This one should stop. This one should stop here already. Okay, this one should not look ahead. Should it look ahead? Something is not right. Alright. Look how I did it in the test world. There was a weird gimmick to it on this one. Alright, so I do have the chain signal on the entrance of the two-way part, which is probably the same over here. Yes. Right, that's good. That chain signal looks to this signal, which the train passes. And as soon as the train leaves this signal over here, which is also a normal one, then this will be green again, which means this chain signal is green as well. So that is good. And then for the other side, the train at the mine is coming. It stops in front of here. This is good. Okay, we got the unclogging section on the mining drill side, so we can get away with this. To have the train stop on the two-way section. It's basically this all the way to the mining drill. It's that one section, so it's not as actually driving out of that section. So this is fine. So here we have chain, chain, and chain, which means we don't want this train to leave at all until it actually can drive all the way back to the original waiting area. I think I get it now. Let's see if I actually get it. Yeah, you can backseat. I'm just not reading it right now. I'll read through chat once I figure it out. And then I'll give you your smarter than me credits. I do want this a specific way though. So Chain signal, then here a regular one. And here a regular one. And this one goes away. And then this train should not leave. Unless the entire road is free. Unless there's a free space in the waiting bay. I think there's already a train on the track. Yeah, we cannot turn that around. I did something wrong. I think I put a signal on the wrong side of the rail somewhere. I think that's alright. Okay, that did solve it. How many trains do I have on this track now? Can I see this? 1, 2. Three. So we need one more. I just send it out. And now there's 4 trains. This one will wait until it can drive to the waiting bay over here. Because we got a chain signal going in. It looks at this signal, and this signal will be green only if the waiting bay is free. That's correct. This guy now comes back, so that means this guy is still waiting. He is still waiting. And it should leave as soon as the other train comes in. So now this one goes. Let's go faster. Till we reach the waiting bay. Around now. Okay, so we go half speed. Okay, that's good. This train is indeed waiting until it can entirely drive back to home. Could I stash that train in the waiting bay already? I think I can. This works though for 4 trains. Question is, can I stash that train in the waiting bay already? In that case, I should make this signal green. And then it goes in the waiting bay. We can technically put 5 trains on here. I think I'm just gonna do that as a proof of concept. I hope 5 is not too much. Is that train on the way already? That might be a problem. I put it on the wrong... I put it on the wrong rail. It's this one. Okay, if this trail was... Okay, it was already coming, so that's not good. Alright, so we gotta keep this guy waiting. Oops. Okay, he still has the schedule. I cannot put him on there. This is fairly annoying. Can I specifically see... No, there's 19 trains with a stop, so I gotta name them individually if I do that. Okay, now there's 1 train on the way. 0 trains with the stop. What are you talking about? Alright. We'll manually count trains then. Okay, there's that train. 1, 2, 3. That guy's not going, so there's a 4th train already. 4th train is here. That is not good. This is not so hard. This goes home. Alright, let's... Already a train was on the way, I see. We'll put this on manual. So it doesn't drive away. Then we'll just have to manually add some train here. One, two, three. On the wrong. On the wrong one again. I remember when I did it in the test save, I figured it out like in an instant and it was very easy, and I don't know why I'm having so much trouble right now. 1, 2 trains on there. I cannot even count how many trains are on this track. 2, 3. It is this one. Let me mark it. This is the one we're working on. 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to get 5 trains on there. Right, stop. Stop. Game paused. This train is still on the way, right? Yeah, okay, there's still a train on the way to that waiting bay. So now I can block this gate with a new train. Unpause. Alright, this one goes out, pause. This one goes out, this one is waiting to go in. When this one goes in, the next train should come, which should be in the waiting bay right now. It is in the waiting bay right now, but it's too far front in the waiting bay. So I gotta move this chain signal back here. That's the mistake. Okay, so now this train is waiting here. In front. That is good. Alright, that train now goes to the waiting bay. This train is still waiting. Still waiting. And one more could be at the mining site. So we can have a 5th train on there. So pause. And we can in fact put yet another train here. That's train number 5. I think. And this train will wait even more because there's no free space in the waiting bay. So that means the next train which unloads will go to the waiting bay. I'm just gonna follow it. There we go. Now we are waiting for the train from the waiting bay to come over here. And then we can head out. That's good. Now we head out. So 1, 2, 3 trains. And there should be 2 more trains on the other side. 1, 2. Alright, that's good. Alright, we did it. And now there's a train waiting here, full with stuff, while this one is still getting offloaded. And the next train will come in again before this guy is empty. There it is. Alright, 1 entire line remaining. That's good. More than a line remaining. Okay, it's building up. Okay, so we did it. We finally did it. Was that so hard? It was pretty hard, wasn't it? God dang it. So what did we do? Chain signal on the 2-way part. With a rail signal going in. So this one will be red if this bay is occupied. So no train departs from the other side onto the 2-way section if this bay is occupied. Then we're waiting here again until the mining side is free. Once the mining side is free, it goes to mine, goes back. It waits here, it's fine. It can wait here, that's fine. Until this bay is free. And then this one is waiting until the waiting bay on the other side is free because it's chain. So the chain signal is here. This looks all the way out to here. There's also a chain signal, and only when this waiting bay is free, that train will depart and come in here. Okay, so we have 5 trains on here. It works with 5 trains. We need only 4. Alright, so we got 4 trains on there. We will need 5 for this one though. So, solve that issue. Let's waste a little bit less time. And making a waiting bay for this one. So we're gonna pause the game actually, so the trains don't get confused while we're doing this. Suppose... we might be able to take a shortcut. So here we can't, alright. Can we go straight? And that should be enough for a waiting bay. Alright. So chain signals going in. And here is a normal light that indicates if this bay is free. If this bay is free, it will be green. Then we wait again. We need at least 4 wagons. 1, 2, 3. I guess easily 4 wagons. Here we wait until the mining side is free. This guy goes into the mining bay when it's free. I'm just trying to do it again so to check if I actually understand what I'm doing. And then this one has another one over here, so it waits here until the waiting bay here is free. Then we can put a fourth train on the track. And that should work. I have faith. Right, so now there's 4 trains on there. This train's actually waiting for this train to go in the waiting bay. And since we got 4 trains, this can just speed through, so that's nice. This guy's still waiting. So I guess the next train is coming. It is coming. Alright, because I just added some empty trains that might be a while. Let's just fast forward. Okay, full. Next train arrives, it goes. Next train should arrive, yeah, before it's empty. So we got a reliable system now, and it appears I understand what I'm doing. I'm not gonna say I am absolutely certain. I don't think that 5th train is gonna help us on this track. We just need to cut. I think we need to make the waiting bay. We might need to make 2 of them. That's the next challenge then. Chain 2 of those together, I suppose. Alright, so now we need another waiting bay for this guy. Is that long enough? I should pause the game. Where are these trains? Let's already put the 4th train on there. That's not the right one. We're doing the top one now. Alright, so I don't have space for the 4th train just yet. Then we'll do the signals first. I need to get over there physically, not in the map view. We want to check if this waiting bay is free. Then we want to check if the mining site is free. This guy just needs to check if this waiting bay is free. And then this guy wants to check all the way back down to the base, if it can go or no. It's as easy as that. I don't know why it took so long to do that. Alright, then we can put a 4th train on there. Speed up. And hopefully we should see that trains start to arrive on the top station as well. Before this train is empty. There we go. We're getting the hang of it. Now comes the true test of our skill. We need to do the double waiting bay one, the 5th one over here. I think that one... Let's just try the same strategy first and see if it actually makes it. I think the route is going to be too long. If that's so, we're going to need another passing station in the middle or something. But that's going to be a lot more annoying. The easiest way to put a waiting bay is going to be here. Straight up like that, I suppose. Game is paused. I'm not gonna reiterate again. That one looks there, that one looks there. Train that comes back looks there, and then we look over here. That's the same what we've been doing. We need an extra train on there. So I need to wait until that clears up. Alright, so now I can put one. Let's see what happens. I think we're not going to see the same effect here. Yeah, the distances are too great. The distances is slightly too great. Let's see how close it is. $500, $250, $200, and it's empty. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seconds. I could call this good. We have too many trains anyway, but I think I'm going to want to fix that. Alright, so we can just make this waiting bay a bit more close by. I think we should still be good. Alright, so we just make the waiting bay more close by instead of over here. Because I think we got a lot of time here. See, when that train fills up. Okay, this train is now already waiting. So it could be driving more distance. And we only need like a 6-second. We only need to cover like a 6-second gap. What if we made the waiting bay over here instead? Scenically, it makes sense to do. This then, perhaps. I'm not sure that's long enough, but we'll see. That means... delete one of those. Delete all of this. No signals whatsoever. And we're just going to move it forward. I think I have 2 trains now only. 2, 3, 4. Alright, 4 trains. Let's pause. Train signal, we want the waiting bay to be free. We don't have too much space. I think it should be enough. Then again, here we just want to check. We have space for 4 wagons. We want to check if the rest of the track is free, even though it's longer this time. Alright, let's give it a bit more space. So that should work then. Let's go close up. And see if we now get the desired effect. Which is waiting trains before this one is empty, but on this track over here. Because it takes a little bit of time to get it into effect. 1.3k, 1k. Alright, it looks like we did it. Looks like we did it. That did the trick. Let's check it out. Okay, real-time speed now. 200 left. The next train's already waiting. I didn't even see it arrive. Alright, one more then. Oh, it's already back. Holy moly, that's fast. Let's check what's happening on the waiting bay side of things. Alright, so there's no train at the mine right now. This is the train which comes from the mine. That one just speeds through. This one is still waiting for the cargo, for the waiting bay next to the unloading station to free up. Well, this is already mining full. Alright, that is good. Here comes the next empty train. That one will wait over here. Oh wait, we might have a cycle going, which is not great. we might need a 5th train on here. So let's see, this one might be empty this time. Before the next one comes. No, we're good. We're good. This side is completely good and we figured it out completely. Nice. So technically that means we technically can start designing. Right, since all of these train tracks are like not intersecting anywhere, this is just reliable forever. There is no variance, no variance. Everything is deterministic, so to say. There are no intersections where sometimes a train needs to wait for that one, etc, etc. Yeah, Fulgora without fast inserters, without stack size bonus even. I was never gonna use the fast inserters, but I had originally thought I needed the stack size bonus to get a hand size of 2 on my long inserters, which does require researching fast inserters and bulk inserters, but looks like we don't need to. That means we also won't get stack inserters probably. Alright, we got everything we need then on the left side. These are all pretty close by compared to those. I think we can quickly stamp these 6 out of the ground and properly design the base. So we need only 6 trains on this side then. I think this was already kind of aligned to... This was a weird, difficult angle to escape out of. There is no way to cross out of here. Don't think even... Can I cross out of here? Only one of these trains can go back. I cannot get even to here. All of the other ones will need to go around here. That's a little bit problematic, so we might want to move these slightly more back then. Let's just stamp down 6 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll delete all of this. Past mic stuff. Design is deterministic. Oh, the schedule. There is no variance like what you normally have when trains go in intersections a lot. It can happen that sometimes a train needs to wait for another train. It doesn't always settle into a good pattern, I suppose. I think if we have the trains down here, we already can do some recycling up here, which is good. I should not place it all the way to the end, I suppose. Maybe leave one space free. I've been keeping the beacons up there. I might do that as well here then. We still have space to get out here. Or do we? Can you I know you cannot underground under lava, but can you underground? Okay, we can underground under the oil, so that is alright. So we technically... could go one tile to the front. Is it necessary though? We can now turn this train around like so. That train could go around without hitting it. How the heck do we get over here though? Okay, these parts might be longer than I thought they would be. We should be able to get there. Yeah, we can get there. We can get here, alright. So we should probably take the shorter path. Alright. First batch over here. You know the drill. Mining drill. 9586 6286. That's pretty bad. 80 10 8878. 64. That's probably the best configuration we'll get. Now we just need to connect this to here or something. So that's already looking sweet. There's train 1. Thanks Patent the Head for the subscription. Patent the Head, I should say. Do you have enough space for accumulators? I hope so. I'm kinda guessing that these islands will be designed for doing that. I didn't actually test that. Let's do that. We'll test that first. Let's find the smallest looking island. I guess they don't get much smaller than this one. Let's see if we can power this one. That's going to be this. It's going to be the second one we'll build a rail line to. Let's get a train on there. 1, 2. Here we can again go with 3 trains for sure. Pretty sweet mining speed for no upgrades at all. Right, this is gonna be the smallest one for sure. Okay, so we need to enter from the right side. There's no way I'm gonna be able to escape here, I don't think. Can try, but no, it doesn't look like it. Missed me. Let's first try to put a collector there. Here we're gonna actually build what we can build. $12 million, 10 million, 8 million, 7 million. 11, 10, 10, 10. Okay, that's good. Oh, we're gonna have to do one of those. That is fine, I suppose. I cannot figure out a way back. Let's try to keep the most space possible. Something like that. Build a second train on there. 1, 2. This is definitely gonna be good. Just temporarily I will have to switch off global power network, I suppose. There's no way that there's not gonna be enough power here. There's absolutely no way. What we need, we have infinite rare accumulators from the I guess even with normal quality lightning rods we should be okay. So I guess this could be a pattern. Didn't design power lines around here. Physically go over there, physically go over there. I need to switch off global power network, but I don't think we'll need a lot. That just powers everything with a single power line, so that's kind of nice. Right. No global electric network. Now we have 500 megajoules available. Okay, there's lightning coming now. We're gonna have the island covered in lightning collectors, I suppose. Problem is the rest of the bases, the rest of the map is now not powered either, so all of this is not working. I guess it's fine. And that means this train is not departing either. Okay, we're gonna need to test it differently then. Somewhere where there's no train. We're just gonna pretend it's running all the time. I hate that map view inventory is different from your actual inventory. Alright, let's start with 6 of these blocks. Speed it up. See if accumulator charge builds to full in the night. Okay. I forgot one thing. This thing is stealing all the lightning. Okay, that is probably as far as it'll go. Okay, next night, let's go, go, go. Speed, speed, speed. How long does 24 million scrap last? If we get 2 million scrap under every drill, it should last twice longer than we need. This is not looking very promising so far. This is very much not looking very promising so far. Okay, so maybe we need to invest in quality lightning rods because they have a higher efficiency. How are these made? Steel, copper cable, stone bricks. That should be fairly easy to get in quality format, I think. If not, we'll need to invest in efficiency beacons or something. How is the power load distributed anyway? This thing is eating up 1.3 megawatts. The beacons do 320 kilowatts each. So we might need to cut down on the number of beacons. $66.2. This does 66, this is 52. And wait, these drills actually do a lot more. They eat up 3 megawatts. How about with just 2 beacons? We are doing 43 a second. How much do we need actually? What is the consumption rate of a single station? Uh, 12. For a single wagon, it's 48. This can eat up 48 per second. So we do want to be faster than 48 a second, apparently. Let's go to the next track. Where is my test one? That's over here. No? It's over there. Okay, the accumulator is full. Let's switch off global network. Alright, this is just with 2 beacons. Well, that's fairly annoying. I did not think that would be a problem. Okay, I think we'll actually go to the smallest island then. Where we just build the train stuff. So we'll make a blueprint from this. Put it here for now. So we can mine into infinity chests here as well. And in that case, we'll actually want to upgrade these. Let's not hyper optimize, but let's just pretend we'll fill the rest of the island. And then we'll see. That's the maximum we can do. Actually, no. Okay, no, the rest is not in the way, apparently. Alright, the important thing is we want the maximum coverage, I suppose. Global network is off. So let's check this power network over time. Let's see what this graph does over the course of a night or two. That is pretty steep power cost, man. Alright, this is looking promising. It did fill up. Okay, it does fill up. Okay, so if we use... this is like the smallest possible island, I think, for scrap. And we easily can get it charged, so that is alright. See, this is small. I think all of the other islands we built on have plenty of space. This one's fairly small as well, but not smaller than what we just built on. Yeah, we're gonna be okay, we're gonna be okay. But it's good that we tested that. That almost could have gone very bad. So we won't test that now. We'll use Global Electric Network again. It should send all the trains again. Right. These things never got the extra stuff which is supposed to delete everything. That's why the trains were not going. We wouldn't be mining constantly, but since we are processing like 48 scrap. These are like 12 scrap a second, so 4 of these do 48 scrap a second. And we're mining slightly faster only. Well, not slightly, we're mining 66 a second, so it is pretty fast. But this is, we probably wouldn't want to go under 52 a second with 4 beacons. We'll see, we'll assume that we can get this done. Alright, this putting quickly some of these down is not turning out to be very quickly. I think we need to go to the right here. Not this one, this one. This looks to be the main patch. 8 million, 8 million, 11 million, 9 million? Maybe not. 9 million. Okay, these are basically 2 patches. That's a double patch. That's good for 2 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4 and 5. And we just need to go to this one. For 6. No, we don't do that because... We don't want to do that because power. We just figured it out that that is a bad idea. This is fairly big though. We might be able to get enough power to put 2 of those on there. $11, 8, 8, 9. Let's go back to 1 time speed. 10, 8, 10, 10. I guess that's probably the best. Can we get out of here? We can. Where do we need to go? We need to go here. Is that too far? Should be too far. Alright, so we can go here. There is nothing much to the south. Has a bit of problems calculating the route here, apparently. Can I just mirror that? Ah, never mind. Guess we'll kind of follow this part. Tree. Man, this is such a load of work to already just design this. How annoying is it going to be to build all of this? It's going to be fairly annoying. Fulgora was my favorite planet in the new player experience. I think it's going to be my least favorite planet for building a large base like this. Right, 1, 2, 3. We need to go out here as well. I think we need some more of those super raiders. Are you kidding me? That's gonna happen 2 more times. 1 more time. Where did I put that other one? Over here, right? Yeah. Alright. Protected the raiders. Good. Let's make a save because it's been a while. Yeah, it does seem... The problem is the bring in the resources, at least for me. I'm being forced into a train base. That's probably the big change compared to the new player experience. I need to go all the way out here. Alright. I think we can get away with a left facing. Or maybe not. Fine. We'll make a zigzag. Oh, that's not a lot. What the heck? Here's the good stuff. .5, 3.9. Maybe I'll just have to divide it. Six, 7, 4, 5. This might be a weird case where I actually want to spread the miners out further. We are not in range of all the beacons then though, so that's not good. Am I being overly dramatic here? Yeah, these had 4 million as well. Alright, 4 million is acceptable. I think with the 2 million we still could do all tax twice. So with 4 million we can do all tax 4 times. So it should still be just build it once and don't look at it anymore. That's very poor. Here then, 7, 7, 7, 9, 6 and 5. I think that's the best orientation. So we'll just turn back in a straight line until we are forced to go some different way. The rest is over there, so it doesn't really matter how we get back for the rest of it. Okay, we can get over here somehow. Okay, let's use the same spacing. We have the same spacing. Sure. Sure. This is probably gonna require a waiting bay, this one. An extra one. Yeah, that's way too far. What about this one? I think this empties out as well. 100 left. And it's empty. And the train is... Oh, it is really close, but... Looks like this one needs a waiting bay as well. I think the other 4 are all gonna need those waiting bays. Okay, 2 more to go, man. This is taking forever. Holy moly, man. I'm not looking forward to building this in the actual game. That's the whole reason I don't want to build like a small base that I can just stamp down on 20 islands. Is because I like building large bases instead of repetitive small ones. But now I need to repetitively build these small mining outposts everywhere. There's a pier, we can go down a bit. 9, 8, 9, 8. Alright, that's good. And we have this one as well. Let's do the last 2 simultaneously. 5. Okay, that's not good. First, this guy. 5. Oh, that is bad. Oh, that is really bad. That is pretty bad. So it might be better to just grab a smaller one then. Or to build two on here regardless. I think we can do that. It would be funny to have one double island. Eight, 6, 6, 8. 8, 6, 6, 8. How the heck is that the same? Doesn't matter. Looks like we're gonna 9, 6, 5. Okay, that's 5. It's slightly better when we go up. So we'll take that one. Which means we actually want to we already put trains on that one. Oh well. So I just make approximate copies, I suppose. Oh, that's misaligned. Still misaligned. Oh no. Ah, trains. Trains. I don't like trains. Blasphemy. I know. There we go. There should be some space for some waiting bays even as well. That could be train 4. I have no idea which train's on which network now. 1, 2. There's one train here. And one train here, so we need one more. And one train is now stuck because I did something. That train just gets yeeted. And that train is on the new track then to the 33 million mile mine. Which means that goes here. roughly. Train. Train. And train. And then the last one just needs to connect to the good mine we built somewhere out here. And this thing is not gonna exist. That's the wrong one. Alright, so we need to connect to here, and then we have all trains built up, but then we just need a couple extra stations. Do we try to get it to here? I think I kind of want to. Oh, this oil gap is too big as well. I don't think we're sneaking past there anymore. If the oil gap is too big, then there's no sense in going the long way there. We can at least pretend to come in from this side then. Okay, so we have one organized side. Where it all seems like a little bit symmetric, and then the other side is just randomly scattered trains, really. Okay, number 6. That kind of looks like some sort of electric network or something. This, not very much. Now I'm just gonna hope the entire base fits on this island, man. This was just gonna be a quick putting down the trains kind of thing. I was gonna design the actual base today, not this train network, but hey, it's gotta be done. We got 12 connected trains. Now we just speed up time a bit and see which ones are fast enough and which ones are not. What I want to see is those waiting trains before the trains drive away. Okay, somehow this one is waiting now. I thought before it was not. Ah, this one is not waiting. Yeah, this one is empty before the waiting train arrives. Or this one as well, actually. Alright, it's empty and no train is here, so that's too late. Same for... okay, it's a little bit too late, but it is too late. Same for here, probably. It's empty and it's gone. This one is empty and this one is empty. So the top 4 need one of those waiting bays. And only the nearby 2s are fine. So I'm just gonna do that all in one go. Stop the time. We'll do this one first. I cannot do that one because there's a train at the mine, I think. But I can do this one. Actually, it should not matter. I'll just go a bit symmetric. Alright. That is shape 1. It is not right at the mine, but that's not important. And this was a pretty tight turn. Something like that. That could be waiting bay 2. Let's see if I still remember what I need to do. First I need to find where the heck I should go with my cursor. Somewhere over here. Man, this is such a large landscape. Alright. So we want to block off the double-sided track. This one should look if this waiting bay is empty. So that's a rail signal. Then this one just looks if the mining side is empty, so that's a rail signal. This one just looks if this waiting bay is empty, so that's a rail signal. And then this one looks if it's all the way empty back to the start, so that's a chain signal. I have so much faith in myself, I'm just gonna do this one without even testing it. So we want a rail signal. Check if this one's empty, a rail signal. To check if this mining side is empty, a rail signal. To check if this thing is empty. And a chain signal to check if it can drive all the way back to the base. Then we just need an extra train on the track. Which means that we need to wait until this train drives away. Click. And here as well. Click. Okay, now we have 4 trains. So let's see if those two get the waiting cargo base there as well. This one's now waiting, that's waiting, but it's a bit unreliable because we just started. Okay, train arrives before it's empty. Let's check the waiting base. Here looks good. I think we are fine here. Alright, now just for the last two then. Back to normal speed. This one is going to be a special case again. So let's see if we can get away with it. And this one should be doable. I just want to make that it's not great, but it is what it is. It's fine. Pause the game. I need to bring my cursor over there. Is it over here? It is. Not gonna repeat myself again. So let's just place the signals. We have plenty of space. Plenty of space. Plenty of space. Plenty of space. Alright. I need an extra train on the top track. I guess I could just place it here. Now we have to wait and see if it works. Ooh, I think it does. There's the next one. Alright, that's good. Check one more time. Alright. Hey Mike. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. I'm doing trains. It's the first time since ever, basically, because you know Fulgora. We're doing it the hard way. We're doing the two-way trains. These are very normal looking trains, you know, because we're doing straight recycling from the wagon, and the recyclers are 4 wide, so we cannot put 2 wagons in a row. So to me these already look normal. If you're a fan of cursed train networks, then you can hang around a bit. Thanks for the raid, man. I'm almost done with the trains. We're just doing some waiting bays for the longer ones, which don't have enough time to have a train waiting at the time that this one runs out. At the moment there's only one left. Speed it up. So it's this one. So at all the other trains they are just emptied out. And before that happens a train is already waiting, but not for this one. And this one is very far away. It's all the way out here. The other ones we already made some cursed waiting bays, so I'll just go over the waiting bay once more. Experience says I need to build this one a bit more close by though, so I'm probably going to build it like here on the island. And in case that doesn't work, I'm just going to save. And then we're just going to maybe ride one, just for the fun of it, and see the entire cycle. So basically what we are doing this for is we need to design 1800 signs per minute, which we got set up over here. It's working. This is all you need for 1800 signs a minute. The bad news is you need to supply it with about, let's say 30 red bells of scrap to get all the holmium you need, even if you use rare Mark III productivity modules. So that's a tall order compared to the amounts of resources you need for other science packs. Let's say Vulcan science packs, 1800 SPM from like 7 bells of tungsten and a couple bells of coal, and no space restraints, the most important part. But Fulgora, no, not like that at all. First of all, I want to build it on one landmass, so that's hard to find, because everything is fragmented here, and you cannot belt or bot stuff across usually, not in these amounts for sure. So we got like 6 train stations on this side. Also with some of those also with those waiting bays. And we've got 6 on the other side, and the idea of this stream was to design the actual base that goes in the middle. But as it turns out, there is no real good way to simulate scrap being recycled directly from train wagons with infinity chests, so we kind of have to set up the real thing. So that's what we're doing already for, I don't even want to look, 3 hours. Alright, that's not so bad. 3 hours we've been doing that. Alright, we might actually get around to designing most of the actual base then, so that's nice. We're gonna do the waiting bay on this one. So this is too far out, that's not gonna be fast enough. We have a nice space over here, which we can maybe segue into there. Okay, so got one train over there. Let's pause the game. Get over there with the cursor. Alright, so what's the deal? So this part is pretty clear. We've got a chain signals on both sides for the two-way section. So that always looks to if the next area where it can go is clear, where they can pass each other. If you put a normal signal here, the train will just go and then it won't be able to get off anymore. So this guy looks if this waiting bay is empty. If so, they are green. Then this guy looks if the station is empty. Then this guy looks if this waiting bay is empty. And then this guy looks if it can go to the next waiting bay. So we have a chain signal here looking to the next signal. This one looks to the next signal. Now we're going to go follow the track all the way out to the waiting bay we just made. And we over here. So it also checks if this one is empty. And this one then checks if this one is empty. And that's the last one. So here we're going to have a normal signal. So if this is empty, then all of these signals will be green and the train will be allowed to go on the two-way track from this point. It's not updating now. It's not complete yet, so it's a bit weird. Then from here it gets a bit weird. Normally you do chain signal in, rail signal out, or the other one way, I cannot remember. But here we just want to look if this part is empty. If so, it can just drive further, we don't mind. So all this is basically just the mining. So if there's a train being filled in this segment over here, then this signal is going to be red and the train is going to be waiting. That train, which then eventually comes back, is just going to go into this waiting bay. And we first need to make it a two-way train by doing this. We're going to look just if this one is empty. If so, then that train can enter over here. This guy just will wait until the train drives there, fills up, drives back into this waiting bay, and then goes to mine itself. And this train which is over here is going to be waiting all the time until not only this segment is free, but until this waiting bay here is free again. That way we should be able to put an extra train on there. Let's do that right now. And it should just work, and hopefully this train is just going to go and leave. This one is already waiting for the next train to come. Alright, so hopefully before this train is empty, another train is back. And if not this one, it should be the next one. So let's speed it up a bit. Let's hope a train comes back. It is back. Alright, so the train is now, the fourth train is now here. Let's also check this one. And once this leaves, this train can immediately start being unloaded. Let's change to this wagon. One more. Alright, and there's the next one already. Okay, so that's working fine. Let's actually just ride the train for one cycle. Alright, there we go. Are we going to be waiting? We're going to be waiting until the next train is here. The train is currently coming over. I can't see it. It's probably on the way. There it is. And then we'll be driving. Because the waiting bay is free. Even though the other train is still being filled up. Nice, nice, nice. I don't know if you're still here, Mike, but sorry about not asking you about what you were doing. Just kinda didn't want to lose the signaling stuff out of my brains by getting sidetracked again by something else. So you can see that other train just arrived, and this one almost immediately goes through. We fill up with 120 or so scrap a second, 130. Without having access to any of those infinite technologies, by the way. This is just pure beacons and big mining drills. It's pretty fast. Go, 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 depart, depart. This is just going to be a matter of build once and then we don't need to replace it anymore. Okay, why are we waiting? I think I forgot one signal. I can already allow this guy to go in the waiting bay. I think that's how it's set up with the other ones as well. We can allow this guy to go in the waiting bay. But yeah, we're now back and we should see the other train is not empty yet when we come in this waiting bay. And indeed, it's not. Alright, so that's good. Let's just quickly check. Yeah, we do allow this train in the waiting bay already. Although this is chain signaled. That I do have there. Something is not right. Something is always not right. I think I forgot one signal somewhere. Yeah, this is one section that should not be. This is green, but we want this guy to wait here. And now this is completely separate. Alright, so that's good. Still do want this to be a chain signal though, but now this train can enter the waiting bay. And this train can just go through full speed now. Not that it really matters, but small detail. Right, all 12 trains have been set up. Finally, heck yeah. I almost want to save it as a scenario. Let's just skip 4 numbers because why not? 12, okay, 12. 12 trains set up. We'll skip 6 numbers. Heck yeah. Okay, let's check if this is a blueprint of unreasonable size. I don't think it will be. Yeah, we are allowed to make this. It just looks too... It just looks like 2 Halloween creatures with very long arms about to like attack each other or something. I mean, I guess we can save this with trains. I think we'll save it without trains. I will be renaming the stations myself, I think. I don't really need to. It's gonna be hard though. The trains are like everywhere on the track, so that's not great. Yeah, we won't. It will be easy to just blueprint the trains like straight where we are. Right, so none of those. None of those. The rest is not editor extension, so it should work in vanilla, where we really need it. 623 rail supports. Look, that is useful information. How many of those do we need? Tens? Hundreds? Thousands? So yeah, we're gonna make that. We're gonna snap it to the most ginormous grid I have ever aligned a blueprint to. So that means I can only place it here in my world as well. So that is perfect, I suppose. That's going to be a large blueprint though. Are we not going to get a warning that it's using a lot of memory? Maybe later. Alright, this is temporary. This is temporary. This is temporary. That is a rail on Fulgora. We need more symbols, man. This blueprint took too long to make. The longer a blueprint took to make, the more symbols it needs. Need a rail support. Oh, we need a rail ramp. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way. Yeah, there we go. That is what we need. Mamma mia. Alright. So there we got it. 56,000 scrap per minute coming into the base. I'm not mining scrap anywhere else. So we should be mining 56,000 scrap a minute. This is just spawning in stuff. There is no scrap involved here. This is all off. I don't think I've got other stuff enabled at all. That is the other island, which we don't need. So there we go. That is more than 56,000 scrap a minute. That should be enough for 1800 SPM. Man, those numbers are massive. This is how long it has taken us to... Well, we did speed up the game a bit. And we had global power network off for a little. But we are doing it. 60k scrap a minute. Alright, good news. Let's go back to the main island. I can now just follow these snaky corridors. So now we have all of this space to actually build a base. To process this ginormous amount of scrap into science packs. So this is the design we want for that. Before we paste that, 1800 SPM for 1 hour, for 10 hours. Alright, that looks fairly reliable. If we can supply it with everything it needs. Alright, yeah, we're gonna have to break this, I suppose. I can just grab it from the book, I suppose. We're spawning stuff in. If I just don't let holmium plates flow through. We can block it there, so we're not actually making signs. That is the actual size of the science production. I think the size of the recycling stuff is going to be way, way larger. Productivity 3 in miners due to some time for prep? No, just to make the resources last longer. So we got 30% mining productivity researched the first 3 levels. And then we got 54%, no 64% from the speed for the productivity modules. I think I actually have 1 level less researched in this one. We already researched level 3. So we're gonna have 94% productivity bonus and 33% ore drain, so that's basically 6 times the yield. This patch will be worth 140-ish million. I think they actually mine faster. Let's actually check that. So I noticed something weird. Let's say you want to increase speed a little bit. Let me grab... let's say I want to add a little bit of speed, but I'm out of speed 3 beacons. I'll just add a beacon with speed 1 modules. How would that work, you think? Now we are mining How we are mining? 69.8 resources a second. Nice. So if I add this beacon, how many resources will we be mining from this mining drill? There's going to be a weird effect going on here. You gotta remember that the more beacons there are, the less each beacon contributes to the entity it's powering. So it is going from 69.8 down to 68.8. We added an extra beacon with more speed modules. We're using more power. And yet we are mining slower, 68.8 instead of 69.8. Yeah, 69.8, 68.8. Isn't that weird? So each beacon now affects the mining drill weaker individually than it did when there were only 3 beacons. And these beacons are so strong that this beacon cannot compensate for that. So it is really weird, but this is now mining slower despite adding more speed modules and beacons. For me it's really weird. I'm OG. More beacons is more power in Factoria 1.1, but not here. Yeah, you got it, CD401. I was kind of surprised by that when I found out about it. You might have used the fine-tuned speed quality ratio. Oh, yeah. I mean, at this stage it might also be the case, probably not yet here. 71.5 and 69.8 is almost the same. If you add more beacons, prod will be faster. 79.5, 81.8. So now productivity is faster despite this being speed modules, because of the multiplicative effect of productivity and the additive or subtractive effect of the speed penalty, I should say. So that I already knew about. But let's check Mark II productivities. So Mark II productivities are slower than Mark III's despite the lower speed penalty of Mark II's, minus 10% speed instead of minus 15% per module. But again, the extra productivity more than makes up for the difference. So it's actually faster with a larger speed penalty. So yeah, Mark III modules quite powerful like this. Let me quickly check how it's going with my data. Alright, I think we probably should be able to get into the new day and get a new package. Alright. Now we get into the annoying part. No, now we get into the fun part. Where do we even build this base? We also need a bunch of rocket silos to load it. Maybe in this area, maybe in this area. Like some clean area. This is pretty clean. We're gonna need 2 rocket silos, I think, to load the signs, just like we did in Norvis. It would be nice if we do something like this and have the rocket silos in the bottom and the rockets fly up over the base like that. So let's try to reserve this space. Then we can have some buffer chest system and the rocket silos here. The buffer chests are only there because of the interplanetary travels thing. We're producing 1800 SPM, we're launching up 0 SPM or 3600 SPM, depending on if there's a ship waiting or not. Alright. Now comes the hard part though. The fun part, but the hard part. We're gonna get all of the scrap out of here. We're gonna need to filter it into the stuff we need. Did we get a human? No, we get batteries and... What are the results again for scrap? We get batteries, no iron plates. We need to make iron from gears. I got all of that information in Excel, which needs to go where. I guess... I have scrap here. Maybe we'll just keep it in the... recycles themselves. Yeah, that should be low density structure, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so these are the results. Probably I cannot copy that, we need to do it like this. I want to visualize all the results and then we can know what needs to flow where. Concrete and ice. Sorry, this is a little annoying. Steel. Batteries, stone, red chips. Batteries. Stone, red chips, copper cable, blue chips, copper cable, blue chips, low density structures, and holmium ore. And the limiting factor is the holmium ore. From that we need everything. Alright. Let's make a copy and go over here and see what we actually need. Okay, so holmium ore, we need 100% of the holmium ore to do to make signs. We'll check the recipes. We need stone to make electrolyte and also to make the holmium solution. So stone goes here as well. This just needs holmium solution. Then these things, here it gets complicated. We need plastic and copper plates. Which, let me check my Excel. I think that was supposed to come from low density structures. Yeah, we need 148 plastics a minute. This is gonna come from low density structures. 118 low density structures. We are gonna be making 540, so that's more than plenty. We're gonna produce the 148 plastics, and we're gonna have the necessary copper as well, with a lot extra left over. But these are gonna come from low density structures. So we need those as well in the science build. Then we get to blue chips. We are using the blue chips to get green chips. The green chips are used in the supercapacitors. Those need batteries, holmium plates, the superconductors we made earlier, and the green chips which are coming from the blue chips. So the blue chips are also flowing here, as well as the batteries. And then we just need iron plates with batteries to make accumulators, which means we're going to be using iron gears to make iron plates. Let's also put that in the queue. That is going to be turned into both plastics and copper and steel, I guess, but the steel we don't need. And that is at least what it's for. This we're turning into green chips. Don't need the blue chips, we need the green chips. Alright, and then only the final step is science. And that is just the two things we made and the two fluids. So for science we need only these 6 resources. For making rockets we need these, as well as this one, to make rocket fuel. We're going to need all the holmium ore, but for all of the other things we are going to have leftovers. Eventually I want to send these things to Gleba as well. From Fulgora, since we have so many left over, we can just send them for free. If not, we'll have to destroy them. So I won't need to bother with building blue chips and low densities on Gleba if I can just send them for free. The most annoying part is that holmium ore is actually not the bottleneck. Believe it or not, the bottleneck of the entire build is going to be batteries. It is a soft bottleneck though. If you just look at the results we get, batteries is going to be the bottleneck. Well, of course we can make more we can make more batteries from more iron and copper plates, because batteries are formed out of iron and copper plates. Plus, annoyingly, sulfuric acid, and that is going to be extremely annoying to get on Fulgora. Since we start with heavy oil, we need to crack that into light oil with water and ice cubes, which we need to crack into petroleum gas. Then that petroleum gas needs to be made into sulfur with more water and more ice cubes, and then that sulfur can be turned into sulfuric acid to make more batteries. It's pretty convoluted. There's no basic oil processing here, so we got to go from heavy oil. But if we do that, that means we can surplus all the batteries we're missing, and then the holmium ore becomes the bottleneck. And there is simply no other way to get holmium ore other than scrap recycling or manually running around and chopping trees, which of course is not automatable. That's the issue here. Then there are some things for which we have no use at all. We're gonna have way too much iron, but at least iron has a use. This is gonna be rocket fuel. We have no use at all for concrete. We have use for ice to make sulfuric acid. But for the rest, I don't think we need any ice to make into water or something. Oh no, we do need water. We need water for holmium solution. And light oil for these things. So we will need ice to melt some of that stuff. So I guess we'll add it to the stuff that goes into science with an asterisk attached to it. A 1 tile gap asterisk. We don't have any purpose for steel. We don't have any purpose for red chips or copper cable. Batteries is going to be completely consumed. So these 4 resources we don't need at all. These resources we probably have way too much of, but we'll need some. This is just all going to be turned into rocket fuel. Then we'll trash the rocket fuel if we need to. And this we're going to just collect and send to Gleba. That's our division then, kind of. So no use at all. Rocket parts, including rocket parts for Gleba. This is partially used and this is probably mostly used, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. But that is the division. Let's put that a bit closer. Alright, so now we know what needs to go here and what doesn't need to go here. So let's go back over here. We'll place this down instead of that. And the question is, do I just trash all of this or do I try to make something out of it? Like, I have steel problems on Norvies, like not steel problems but quality steel. So I could just take all of this steel which comes from here. And it's a fair bit, I think. 4% steel. 4% steel from about, let's say, 56,000. One sec. 4% steel. Yes, we're gonna get 2200 steel a minute out of there. That's more than a red belt of steel. Holy moly. Oh, hey, Colonel Will. Hey, you might actually finally start to see some familiar sights over here in terms of fast machinery and mining directly into trains. I mean, it's not your stone train, which was full in like one tick, but you know, without any infinite technologies, it's not too bad. 69.8 scrap a second mined straight into wagons. We're doing it. We almost can pretend we have a mega base. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? And what you doing? We are on Fulgora, just as a short introduction. We need 12 of those trains to process 56,000 scrap a minute to produce 1800 signs a minute, like a red belt of sign specs, which matches the other sign spec production we have on the other planets, except now because I deleted everything so we could speed up the game better. But for instance, on Vulcanus here, we have 1800 SPM going as well. On Gleba, we have more signs a minute because spoilage, you know the drill. On Fulgora, that's the big challenge though. Getting all that scrap to an island and processing it in a reasonable footprint without fast inserters, because I'm an idiot. Because those are locked behind cryogenic signs, I mean. So we have hand-sized one rare long-handed inserters to do the job of offloading 56,000 scrap a minute, which is why we do directly into these recyclers. We just spent most of the stream building these 12 trains. Like very normal looking two-headed trains, you know, the classic 1111 model. Because you cannot put two cargo wagons next to each other if you have 8 wide recycling setups. And I don't want to turn them because then the footprint increases again. And now we're in the process of figuring out what is actually used for signs. This is the previously designed 1800 SPM setup, which is running right here. That has all these things like calibrated, fine-tuned, the production fine-tuned. That has been working for 10 hours straight. And now we're just figuring out where the heck I am. What we need and what we don't need. So it turns out we need these 6 results, we need a lot of. This we need to make into this stuff, but that comes later. Ice cubes for water. This for rocket parts. And this to throw back into the great heavy oil ocean. But we were just figuring out if we could perhaps do something more interesting, like with the steel, for instance. We can try to get rare steel out of it, which I am in short supply of on Norvies. And we had like 56,000 scrap a minute coming in times 4% result is... Sorry. Times 4% result is 2200 steel a minute. So we can probably get a good bunch of quality out of that if we just make rare chests and then scrap it again to get rid of it, which is the fastest way to do it anyway. I don't think I'm gonna save concrete for Aquilo a lot. We're just gonna produce it there. Can produce it there, right? I don't even know. We don't need to ship in concrete to Aquilo, right? Am I going crazy? We cannot. Right. It's been like a year since I played Aquilo. You need to ship in concrete. Oh, really? I haven't done a single second of work on Aquilo just yet, so even the recipes are like blurred in my mind. Nothing solid on it, alright. Alright, we need to. Okay, so be it then. I'm just gonna store then. I can store bunches of concrete in chests. I already have like 4 of these things set up, which made my early game modules in a rare quality format. And those also have been stashing like tons of concrete in all types of different qualities. So I'll just make sure I will stash enough concrete here to make the modules while we are making the modules from the rest. So this thing is just making modules and scrapping the rest, except it keeps the ingredients for recyclers and EM plants a lot. Here we're kind of going to do the opposite. We're going to make signs and scrap the rest. I think I'm not going to bother with concrete, it's annoying to do that here. Alright. We have 2 sites. We probably want to build like some unified production center in the center, but the rudimentary splitting off of the things that we don't need can probably be done here. I'm gonna... Do I keep this going for now? I think so. I want to keep it flowing. I think the easiest way to start is by... Steel is probably the easiest to get rid of. We're having green belts here. We're done with all this stuff. Alright. So how many items are on this belt? I think this can be something else than the green belt pretty quickly. I also can just rotate this. This is only a green belt because... Why did I make this green belts? I'm making a save here. So do I want to use green belt? Because they are very expensive. The thing is, I'm processing 96 scrap per second. and putting the results on the green belt, which means we get 57 results per second. That is a green belt, but I could make it 2 red belts. Or I could at least downgrade it to blue belt. Let's pause the game. So what if I chicken out? Now we probably have to... We are outputting on the right side of the belt. It's probably like this then. Oh, stop. Okay, that is not outputting on the right side of the belt. These are outputting on the right side of the belt. Alright, they are outputting on the right side of the belt. So that should be good. I can even use red belts here. Only need this for crossing the recyclers. And then red belt should be fast enough. Ah, yeah, we don't have space to do that here. Ah, that was the reason I had green belts. There is no space to do that here. Not really. I think that actually there is no space to do that at all. Apart from ripping the stations further apart, which is exactly what we don't want to do. And that needs to be connected because we're outputting on there. We can, yeah, no, we cannot. And this already needs to be green here because these 4 output on the same side of the belt. And we cannot even go there because there's a beacon in the way. Yes, the beacon could be here. We're gonna go green belts. Let's go green belts. We'll go green. Okay, I thought I deleted this. Good. Right, so when can we go down to blue belts? If we are doing 56 scrap a second. We need to get rid of 20% of the products in total. Steel is 4%, concrete is 6%, so it's 10%. What are the other products? Red chips and copper cable, that's another 6%. That's only 16%. Ice is only used to make water. So we could just melt the ice immediately and turn it into water, and then we're kind of there, I think. This should empty out at some point. Alright, we don't get an even distribution though, so let's just keep everything green. We'll keep everything green. We have a reason to set up green belts on Vulcanus. I mean, green belts are super expensive. But you know, it's 1000 times science cost. They basically cost 0.015 tungsten plate to make compared to what science costs, so sure. Probably gonna do the old thing with priority splitters. Just filter off the steel. Concrete. We can just filter off all 4 things we don't really want immediately. And technically we can just join those on a belt again, that's fine. That even can be red. Fish on Fulgora. It's a lot of splitters. Picking up the inserters is not going to be reliable with my stuff. What else did we need? Red chips and copper cable. Those were not used for anything. And ice cubes can be made into water and then just piped around. Right, and then technically this should be able to become a blue belt after that. And just see how that looks if we actually connect it. Now nothing goes in here anymore. Everything comes down. Question is, does everything keep flowing? That's a pretty cursed splitter. Yeah, it's just melting ice. Water is just melting. The ice cubes are just for melting water. There's a couple recipes we need it for. We need it for the holmium solution directly. And otherwise we need it for oil refinery, for oil refining. We need light oil for these superconductors. And we need a lot of water to crack heavy oil into light oil, into petroleum gas, and to make it into sulfur and sulfuric acid to supplement the batteries we need, because we need so ungodly many batteries that we don't get enough batteries straight out of the scrap mix. We need to make some more. Thanks NFT for the full year of subscriptions. Thank you. There's also a new thing added, which is no item. I don't have the newest version here. Do I need to... Empty space, nuclear ground. Okay, I cannot pipette tool any of this. Can you put copper wire in here? No. Now I'm intrigued. Plasma. That cannot go in a splitter for sure. No. I guess fluids should not be able to go in. Can we put three on splitter? No, because I cannot have both geese open at the same time. character. Oh, I cannot even pipette tool character. No. What kind of weird things can you put on a splitter? I'm getting sidetracked again. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, no. Yeah, I don't like that as the giant red square. And the fish is nice for the memes. If you want something inconspicuous, you can... I think these lightning rods... I forgot what it was. There was one item which was almost not visible. I think there's something boring. Scrap I think it was, but scrap is actually used here. I'm gonna keep the fish for now. Okay, it doesn't seem to clog up. Let's actually keep testing that. We can actually do that by just doing this, I suppose. If there's anything on this side of the belt ever, then something clogged up over here. Alright, that can stay then. I don't think we even need to sort this out. We have an area down here where we can get rid of most of the things. So... we're gonna need that times 6 though. So probably we do want to give each scrap result its own thing. And we are only doing half on this side. We have 6 trains here, 6 trains here, so we don't have 56,000. We have half of that a minute. Right, so we have 28,000 scrap processed on this side. I think we should get some numbers on there. What is 1%? That's 280. We get 280 a minute things per % chance of the scrap recycling recipe, which means anything that is 3% chance or less can go in a yellow belt. Anything that's 6% chance or less can go on a red belt. Anything that's 9% chance or less, 10? No, 9% chance or less can go in a blue belt. Right. Again. So solid fuel needs a blue belt. That is basically what it comes down to. The rest needs a red belt until we get down to chips. Then we need a yellow belt. So then we might as well fill the items out properly onto their own belt. Dang, I like this. Started to like this thing already. If we don't do ice, can we just put everything on one belt? We might be able to get away with it. Am I doing this the wrong way? Should I just be starting with, okay, I need to make this many gears into iron plates to do the accumulators and then just void the rest? Maybe. I'm starting with the stuff I don't need at all though, so maybe We can change this part later. I mean, let's just go here with this. Right, we don't have lightning coverage there anymore. Okay, so this is why we did the scrap, so we have actual scrap results coming in. We have a save game we can fall back to if I screw this up, so I just copy this out somewhere here. And we'll do them a little bit more normal. A little bit more boring, which means everything gets its own belt. Can we at least do this? Or we might need to be more space efficient with this, since this needs to be tileable pretty much from this point on. I mean, we can of course move these results a bit. And you get less of an idea what's going on, which is why I don't really like to do that. Maybe we don't have a lot of options. I guess we'll stick with the red belts. I'm probably gonna fine-tune this later. I want it to look nice. First I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with all this stuff. Alright. Kinda want to filter out something else then as well. Maybe gears can already be filtered out. We're gonna need to destroy most of the gears by far, that is for sure. How many gears are we making though? We're making a lot of gears. 28,000 times 20%. 5,600 gears. That is more than a green belt. Holy moly. That's 93 items a second. That's basically 2 green belts worth of gears. Crazy. Alright. It's not more than a red belt of gears from 1. Right? 96. That's 19 gears per train per second. Alright, that looks a little symmetric at least. And that's all 6 items, of which most needs to be trashed, sorted out. And then the rest mostly needs to go through to signs. So that's a fairly good splitter. Easiest way, of course, is moving this out a bit. Oh, that actually looks pretty okay. I thought that wouldn't look nice. Then it's going to be easy to merge these with splitters later on. Oh, I don't have solid fuel in here either. Solid fuel is going to be rocket fuel almost entirely. Alright, we'll let the gears go through. We'll take solid fuel off. The solid fuel needs to be rocket fuel. So we do want it to join up with these, but in a different form, I suppose. Alright, so this then, let's delete it. We'll grab this one instead. This is gonna flow through, come in here. For now we can do this, the rest will just be voided. Chat says too many concrete filters. Alright, yeah, that does appear to be the case. I think it should be copper cable. One should be copper cable. Can we group up the stuff in some sort of logical way? Copper cable should switch with ice, I think. Alright, so this all gets destroyed. This gets melted into water. This gets made into rocket fuel, which we can do with the help of heavy oil and the aforementioned water. I can make more refined concrete, but I'm not gonna do that. We have more than enough refined concrete from the quality makers for sure. Thanks Icosiplex for the alert. And when did we get green bells? Well, we're in editor mode, so we can have anything, but I actually did research them. Right, we want then another stack of this. Do we just like offset by one every time? That makes it easier to actually join these up. Okay, I suppose that looks alright. So then we should be able to stack this. Gotta get rid of these. A little bit hard to see. Ooh! Somebody put some oil ocean in front of me here. Alright, we're making a mirror stack then, we have space for that. Except these things are just gonna come in separately then. I'm making another mistake. This needs to come in here. Does that mean we don't have space? Kind of. Annoyingly. Flip it then. That doesn't make sense. We want these things on this side. Okay, we can flip it. We can flip the design. Just have to move the inserters then. So we still want steel, concrete, copper cable, and red chips, then ice, and then solid fuel. Alright. I know what to do now, so let's just delete it. And I probably should just make the stuff come straight, so I don't make the mistake again. Except this now goes one tile further. Alright. That's gonna have the same problem, isn't it? Maybe not, maybe not. That goes in here, connects. Yeah, but we're gonna have the space for that. Alright, we're gonna have the space. So we can do this now. Question is, does this reach? I hope it does. We have green belts. Yeah, it does. Alright, so that continues on. So we have the rest coming out here. That's alright. And now we don't have the incoming belt in the way for this side. Alright, these need to link up on this side. I guess it makes sense. And then this one can be here. I hope that it can translate the way I wanted to. The spider. Alright, and that can go here. That's the third one. Now, officially this one needs to be here. That is annoying. That means this one cannot escape through that space. So there goes the nice looking aspect of it. If this one needs to go through. I guess technically it can, maybe. Because eventually this will turn left. And this will turn left. This will all turn. Maybe not already. That is the longest distance though. And we can belt weave our way out of this really. You can always belt weave your way out of something. Alright. Now we can turn this whenever the heck we want, which means lower. Technically this is already free, we don't need these beacons here. If we upgrade to uncommon ones here. So that's alright. We can already turn all of this stuff this way. Solid fuel should not be able to fit on that belt though. Except it does because this is only 3 lines and I counted for 6 lines. So we do need cancel all of these. Yeah, we have green belts unlocked. Everything is very expensive for research, but believe it or not, I'm actually struggling to find things to research because building and designing everything takes so long. And I build a 2000 signs per minute base, which is twice the work compared to a 1000 signs per minute base. And research is twice as fast, so that's a factor of 4 difference between building stuff and teching stuff. And now we're gonna get biolabs, so that's just only gonna get worse from now on. So that's why we're doing this design work in editor mode. There It's also just to see it flow, because if you just build it in game, it's not really that visual, but now you can see all the nice patterns. That's nice. 4 SPM soon, even more. We're gonna get almost 6 SPM, I think, out of our 1.8 SPM of actual physical science pack production. I'm gonna get rid of all these. Should have done that already, all those arrows. A little bit less screen clutter. Alright, we can make a mirror. I guess 1 tile gaps are the new thing here. Question is, can I also feed those things with straight belts? I don't think I can over here. So we're gonna pretend they're gonna come in from this side. And hopefully I can make something fit nicely. Oh yeah, a 1 tile gap here, so that looks alright. Suppose we are just gonna follow the heavy oil ocean. We have a 3 white belt, so maybe not. Let's see, this guy has to come down here. There's no other way. Okay, maybe we do follow the oil ocean. All right. Now, of course, we don't want this to actually flow right. We're gonna want to merge these up. But that is a possible first offloading / splitter system, which could... Man, I never get tired of watching the sushi belts that this thing, the recycling process, creates. This could be a first split off where everything that's not needed goes one way and everything that is needed goes a different way. Those things don't like to be erased. Mostly gears. It's strange that this is the actual mix of stuff you need to produce the signs. There's all the steel and copper and red chips just disappear into nothing. Extra green underground and top. Ah, wait, I see. Alright. That's a good first split off. Alright. So then we basically want to do something. Question is, do I really want to spend a lot of power, or am I just going to destroy it? Let's say for now I'm just going to destroy it. So all of the steel. need a blue belt if I want to do that. Not really sure how much I need, but you can fit a recycler next to that, which basically just feeds straight back into here. If we don't do quality, it's gonna become extremely easy. Four inserters inputting steel. And then the chest gets recycled into a quarter of the steel, so this inserter should have the same speed as these four. This one over here. Since we get like a quarter of the results back in here. It doesn't look like this is fast enough. We are inserter limited here. So get rid of all the steel, we probably need a duplicate. That would already do it, I think. To get rid of all the steel. If we really just want to throw it away, that is the fastest way, I think. Let's just speed up time, see if this belt unclocks. It does, alright. So that is steel. That could be steel. It would be better if we flip this around. Now we can do a similar thing for concrete. On the same horizontal even. I mean, ideally we just double the amount of inserters here. That means this is going to get too much steel, so no, we can't. We have so much space here. I kind of want to interweave. Maybe not. Let's see, we can bring concrete through. And then do the same thing for concrete as we are doing for steel. Making hazard concrete. Putting the hazard concrete in a recycler. Oh wait, that is not gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work the same. Because I'm going to need to put out, and I'm going to need to put out 10 hazard concrete as well. The same speed as it's inputted. We can recycle it at that pace, but and get the regular concrete out back. We can just sideload the concrete back onto the belt, probably. instead of actually making the loop closed already. One, 2, 3, 4 in. We cannot sideload that. We need one more tile. That should work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back on the belt. And then just another copy. Except this time we can really just sideload right there. Which means we can go all the way up here, and that should be good. Okay, let's try that. Do we get the same amount of concrete out of here? 6% concrete, 4% steel. Okay, so we might need yet another one. For concrete, it's not fast enough. Or is it? Let's try speeding it up. No, I don't think it's fast enough. We are backed up all the way. One inserter not helping, alright. I hope that's the difference, but I'm afraid not. Let's do one of those. Yeah, we're backing up. Where are we? I could calculate how much we need. It's a bit hard with the inserter grabbing off the belt. That's not really the most reliable inserter speed ever. I think I'm just gonna build another one, just to be sure. Now we're gonna be way too fast. Trying to keep it on one side. I don't think I can. Don't want to have it next to the rails directly. Guess this is the way it's gonna be then. Okay, let's see if it backs up again. It appears it's not backing up. Alright. I cannot really see that because the other side is also working with the scrap and just voiding everything. But it doesn't look like this is getting eaten up or something. Let's throw efficiency modules and everything because we're gonna need power as well. So if it doesn't need to consume power, we won't let it. The playing time is, it doesn't matter, 320 hours on this save, but in the real playthrough it's 450, 460, something like that. This is now just a design, a copy of an empty world where we do the designing. What are we doing? Yeah. Yeah, we are in third speed limited because, yeah, you know why. Annoying gap here. We still need power lines in the design as well. We're not going to design those now. Okay, that's 2 out of the 4 useless things taken care of. Now we have red chips and oh, that's half of half. I mean, we got another half on this side. Where's my train? Okay, this train just arrived. Oh, there it is, right? And that's only avoiding half, the first half. Alright. Forgot about this half. So then we can maybe just better make dedicated lines for each resource. I mean, let's try the concrete one. If you're avoiding concrete, straight back into another hazard concrete maker. We need to make hazard concrete first. Okay, we can at least determine how much concrete we are making on this side. It is 28,000 a minute times a 6% result. 1680 a minute divided by 60. 28 a second divided by 2 basically. 692 times 360 means we need 15 inserters shoveling concrete into hazard concrete assemblers, and then 15 inserters in total shoveling it out again. So this is not even enough. So 15 inserters is basically 3 times this. So if we keep space for a power line, we could say it's something like this. Or we don't. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Can power everything from this side. I'm too obsessed with making everything in line here. I got plenty of space for this. I'm way too obsessed with doing this the annoying way. Let's say 16 inserters need to go there. We'll just make a modular design. Pop, pop, pop. We need 16 inserters. There is variance. 16 divides nicely into 4. So we need this 4 times. We also need 4 inserters to grab the concrete like this. Concrete is coming in on 2 belts. Make hazard concrete, shove it back into a recycler, which makes normal concrete. Put it back into another hazard concrete machine. That technically can be one hazard concrete machine. Or it could be a 5th one. And okay, this actually, we get back 1/3 overall if you count the infinitely recurring chances. So we need 20 inserters shoveling stuff in. Which we have. Alright. This should work for the entire thing. Now we don't have space to put that back in there directly though. So we're not going to, we're just going to bring this up. We might need to upgrade this belt. We'll see how that goes. For now I'm just going to get all the concrete in here in whatever kind of way, not in the final location or whatever. Alright, so we'll first let it block up. That's the best way to do it. Let everything block up. All the way down to... yeah, okay, everything is clocked. Alright, that's good. See if it unclocks. Should I do this slightly more intelligently? We are drawing over the near side of the belt. At least there's that. So... we'll just output priority to the right and hope for the best. Let's see. It will take a while. Stuff is moving again. Okay, I did not do this on the other side. We don't really need that, but it does give me a visual cue if what's going on. Like if this is going on, if it's backing up, we can see it here. If it's so these bells, this one and this one are the key bells. It does look like we're good, but barely. It should be barely. It should be good barely. Let's see if we would add yet another one. What that would do. Would that just get rid of the entire queue? I think we got a problem over here. We're producing too much regular concrete. Actually, this goes onto there, no problem. Yeah, that doesn't need to go like that, but whatever. Maybe this makes more sense. Then we need to flip these. For just scenic effect. 6 should be enough. 5 should be enough, really. I think we're good. Alright, so I think this is going to be my concrete eraser, and not the other one we just made. Alright. Everything is unclocked. Let's delete 1. See if it clocks up again. It shouldn't. I messed up here. Retry. Okay, 5 seems to be enough. Make the inside belt blue. We shouldn't need to complain. Alright, this was a questionable design at best, so let's get rid of that. It does work for the steel, but that's because the chest recipe is also quite potent. I think I do want to go for quality steel, so that means I think I'm gonna want concrete on the inside. We can put concrete in this gap over here. We're gonna design something else for steel. That was not very satisfying. Keep stuff going for now. That's gonna be bad. I'm gonna have to reset everything. Concrete's gonna go on the first and steel on the second. That means this is going to be concrete. We'll see how this exactly goes out, but whatever. I just need to delete this entire section, put it back, and then the splitters will be nice. Ideally, this all comes down one tile lower. So if you're still wondering why this playthrough is taking so long, now you know. Oh, did I do something very wrong? Why are these misaligned? I don't think this one is gonna stall, really. Alright, so... oh, this goes here. We're gonna put the caps on here already. Those are the other two belts. Concrete was more than a red belt, I was pretty sure. Actually, no. It should fit on a red belt, so that should be good. Don't really like that though. Let's pretend it's on two belts. It gives us a little bit more safety margin. Alright, I did mess some stuff up apparently. So why is this not going? Maybe something is just stuck in the splitter. Splitters which I just flipped around. Alright, something is off here. I see, alright. That is annoying. Alright, everything's flowing again. Red belting, yeah. still kind of looks symmetric because this belt goes on straight, so maybe we'll just keep that. Those are not gonna stay anyway. Now we need steel. Alright, so steel we're dealing with a lesser quantity. Only 1120 a minute. Which is 19 items a second. Which is 10 inserters. 10 inserters worth of shoveling steel into a chest assembler. And a chest assembler can eat up 32 steel a second. So we don't even need like a rare quality one. We're gonna use a rare quality one though. That is just how it's gonna go on this planet. Except we want quality modules in there. Are we ever gonna research quality module 3? Maybe if we can get this. We're gonna research mech armor before anything else though. If we ever get to researching non-essential techs, it's gotta be mech armor, not quality module 3. So quality module 2 it is. Now we're eating up 25 steel a second, which is still more than the 10 we need to put in there. So, sure. Am I interested in quality chests as well, or just quality steel though? I mean, I can always recycle the quality chests if I need them. Thing is, now we're gonna have 3 different outputs. First of all, let's put 10 inserters worth of steel inputting in this thing. 1, 2. Where's it gonna come? I guess we're gonna try to have it come in over here. That is 10 inserters. Sure. Alright, we're gonna be producing from 10 steel, that's less than 2 chests a second, way less, so there's only gonna be 2 options here. We get a rare chest. Let's keep the inserters red. I'm not gonna do a lot with quality, so I'm actually gonna put the item on there. But those we keep, but what if this fills up? Then we need to recycle them again. If we got a rare chest full of rare chests, that should be enough chests, I suppose. So that's just a secret out. Wait a second. It's 20 steel a second. We are going to be producing about 3 chests a second. Not 3 rare chests though, so I guess this is safe. I want to hide this a bit better though. So maybe 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're gonna need more though, yeah. Alright. Alright, so be it. We also want one for uncommon chests, I suppose. Guess we can do 2. Uncommon chests we don't want to save up though, we just want to throw those straight into a recycler. All chests can go into a single recycler, I think. Quality 2 or quality 1, it doesn't really matter. What matters is we output. With 2 inserters. So I guess blacklist. That's gonna probably look the best. Recycler. And that's gonna put 2.5 inserter worth of steel back onto a belt. I guess which then can join up with this thing over here. 2.5 inserter is less than 4. Less than 3. So I do get to hide this one in here then. And then I suppose we need to do the sad thing of actually deleting rare chests. But only if this chest is full. How many can this hold? 1, 2, 3,000. 3,800? Alright. If so, we're gonna throw those in the grinder. Oh, we should go with quality in here as well, I suppose. Which is annoying. This doesn't work at all then. Yeah. No, that doesn't work. Normal steel goes back there. And all the other ones, let's do this, goes here. Then Alright. I got it. Something like that. That's gonna grab all rare quality steel. I'm just gonna put it on the filter, even though only one item can go there. This might have to come out here. Which means we can just do this with chests. Alright. And we can even get another chest of rare steel in here. That's 3 chests full of rare steel stored up in here. We can even get a 4th one in here in the same footprint. We can even get a 5th one in here in the same footprint. That's 5 chests of rare steel which we are storing up. And then the other option is making chests of uncommon quality with all the other steel that comes in here. Rare chests. Rare chests could go in here again. Looks like we're just having 1 chest of rare chests. Unless this guy gets preference over that guy. So this guy should only work if that other chest does not have chests in it. So now it's waiting. But now it's disabled. Only once this is empty again, this guy can put. So that way that shouldn't clog up, I hope. Man, this is getting very cursed. Alright. And I suppose we want to throw back any Mark II quality chests. God. This is a mistake trying to do it all in one assembler. But oh well. That goes back in here. That will make more steel. I think that is the loop. And we still need overflow for rare steel. If that ever fills up. Can I just shove that into this assembler? That's the question. Steel recycles quite slow. I kinda hope so. We're not gonna be producing a lot of rare steel out of here, I don't think. Here we gotta look into this chest, basically. Only if that chest is full. I'm gonna simulate that, of course, but only if that chest is full with 7800 steel, we should start trashing that. Let's first connect steel and see what it does. We'll flop it in the corner next to that guy, so that we have, so that we in the future have absolutely no space to put anything else there whatsoever. So that's a great design choice again. What else is new? Alright, here comes the steel. Let's see what happens. Alright, let's sit back and enjoy a bit. We already have a rare chest and some rare steel. Not too bad. Of course, that only happens in the test world. Man, this planet is going to be more work than the other two planets combined. Alright, let's speed it up a bit. And just see if the steel belt at any point... Yeah, okay, something has clogged up. We cannot output that because... We cannot output this chest because this thing is full. We have regular steel in here. We cannot output the regular steel. Because this thing is clogged up. Why is this clogged up? Let's pause. The regular steel cannot go here because this is clogged up. And I have the wrong I set the wrong filter on here apparently. I did not set a filter on here at all. That's the problem. Alright. I love it when it's just something dumb. Which is my own fault. Yeah, quality check. Good one. Okay, now we're again blocked. Why? Oh, we need to prioritize. Ooh, this is not great then, I suppose. This one needs to be prioritized. That is bad. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. Okay, I need to feed it back onto the main belt then with some priority. Inputting, that is fairly annoying, but doable. Fortunately, I did not build this into a corner where I have absolutely zero space to do any of this stuff. We have, yeah, we have more than... Kinda wanna side load it. But then we'll need green belts. That's unfortunate. I can still feed it in here, really, and then just... that doesn't look nice. Okay, let's first see if the concept works then, before... we start to do anything else. This does not need to come out here all the way. So maybe, just maybe... it'll fit like this. Okay, let's reset, speed it up, just see if it clogs up. It probably will. I think we also need a belt balancer on this thing really, or at least something over here. It's possible. Don't really want to do it like this, but I suppose we will. Doesn't seem like we're fast enough. And maybe we are. Okay, I'm gonna put him here again, just so I can get a better visual. And we don't need it here. Yeah, that looks like we're good. Surprisingly. It would be cleaner to have the belt balancer here though, so perhaps we will do that. And then we need none of this again. You have to remember I'm really like doing the minimum amount of inserters on anything for no real reason than that it should be possible. Which is not a great idea. You can see it oscillating between empty and then sometimes backing up again. We do have space for this extra inserter here. I'm kind of tempted to do this. With a single yellow belt, perhaps. That should keep everything circulating. Alright, how's it going? 45 chest, 73 steel. This could be 90 more rare steel, I suppose. Should get approximately the same amount. Is that true? Maybe not, because the first step we do is make chest and the second step we do is... Yeah, maybe not. Okay, this looks okay though. We have gotten rid of 2 out of the 4 unnecessary things. 1 we don't care about, we just trash it. And 1 we're actually making rare steel out of it. So how slow is steel to crack down? Oh, that is effing slow. Okay, that's not gonna work. We can simulate it by just letting this thing rip. And suddenly it already does not seem alright. Alright, so no dice. Sure then. We will make it into rare chests. If and only if the steel chest is full. And when that happens, we need to recycle it. Back into rare steel, I suppose. That would fit in this recycler here. So maybe... that'll work. Alright. That should do it. Now this should unclock again, even if I let the steel go inside here by doing this. I should see this getting unclocked. I don't know why I'm insisting so much on making it almost but not quite deadlock. Very susceptible to deadlock. Should really think about what happens if science production stops. If science production stops, trash intake stops. This will only be flowing if I'm producing science. If science is not producing, this will stop flowing. Okay, I think we are gonna be okay. Alright, that can just rip now for the foreseeable future. That's a waste of efficiency. That should be a Mark 1 assembler, really. Without any quality on it, this one. But oh well. Remove the filter on the inserter from rare uncommon chest to recycle. Ah yeah, this one. You are correct. That should just go in now. Alright, but in practice this is going to be enabled and we're first going to collect all the steel. Actually, it doesn't appear to take that long to create vast amount of the stuff. If this thing fills up, that's basically 2 chests of rare steel worth of recycled steel, so it's not too bad. Right, steel is running free. Steel 72. 76 actually. Same, only different. 76 inventory slots, so 3,800 chests. 7,600 steel, alright. I'm not gonna go for epic and legendary unless we get to the mega base stage of the game, which probably is not gonna be happening at all, to be honest. Alright, trains are still running. Let's check if all trains are still arriving. We have train 2 and train 4. Should be arriving before they are empty. Train 2 arrives right now. Train 4 arrives right now. So, yes. We are still good. Other side. Okay, there's the other tree. Okay, so the timings are good on the trains. We have created a first splitter and some recycling for 2 out of the 4 parts, including one where we snatch off more quality steel, because that is the hardest thing to get in quality so far. I'm not going as far as quality moduling this and dealing with 36 results this time. We already did that with the first visit to Fulgora, but now for the science we're not going to do that. I think it's going to fit easily. Everything's going to fit easily, I think. You can see we already can cram 2 of the things in a corner like this. There is going to be enough space to fit everything on the island, I'm pretty sure. I guess the next part of this design session is going to be next weekend. Tomorrow's stream will be continuing on Gleba. Let's save this here. There's not even end of stream save. It's just a completely different installer Factorio save. Steel and conch. Done. Only 10 more things to go. Tomorrow we'll be continuing on Gleba, where we built the base last time, but we haven't switched it on yet. We're gonna be collecting some of those scary eggs from somewhere. I don't know where yet, because the nearest base is like 2 kilometers away now at this point in time. It's like 2,000 tiles out. And we're gonna have behemoth stompers running around. We can go in map editor mode here as well, I suppose. So yeah, we got these guys. Those are behemoth stompers. They don't even fit into the infographic here. The health of a small demolisher and a whole lot more dangerous. So we're gonna need to grab some of those. Farm some stuff, which is conveniently close by. That's why we built it on the water. We got the power plant. We just need to collect the eggs and hope that we can switch it on before the eggs spoil. And we should see 2600 SPM being loaded into these rockets here. Halfway the stream, I hope. Tomorrow it's going to be an interesting one. And then we'll continue. So that's the actual save game. So let's just quickly check how Vulcanus is actually looking. Okay, we're researching early game tech, so it's not running at all. Anyway, let's check how Fulgora is looking now that we're here. So this is our explored area. Do I even know that that island exists? I don't even think I know that island exists, which we just made. It's this one. We know that half of it exists. So this is where the base is gonna be. I guess a little bit cheaty that we explore the map in the editor mode over there. Probably should have just walked around on the Fulgora. This is our current base where the quality module makers are and where we have been. I already collected all that steel, but we have tons and tons of chests full of other resources sitting around in 4 different locations, so that's going to be good. It's going to be something. So tomorrow's stream is going to be Gleba, and then next weekend is probably all going to be... We're probably going to go to Fulgora after Gleben Science is up and running, because... I mean, yeah, we want biolabs from Gleba and then rebuild for biolabs, but realistically... That's going to take 2 million signs. First a million for captivity. Then we need to unlock the Biterex with a single rocket shot or something. And then we need to research another million for biolabs. Then we need to figure out... We have all the stuff basically in rare quality, even the uranium-235. The only thing we need is Biterex in rare quality, so we cannot really store those, so it's going to be a slow process to make the biolabs. I think that will be a lot of time to do the Fulgora stuff. Then we will go for Mark III productivity modules, and after that it's probably going to be the other required Gleben technologies for Aquilo, of which there are quite a lot. Like this 2 million advanced asteroid processing, 500k carbon fiber, and a million for the rocket turret as well. So that's gonna take a while. Hopefully we can build Fulgora in that time frame. You can sort of store them with an incerner set to spoiled first, burning them as they are produced. I know you can also store them in like quality soil and whatnot, overgrowth. I don't think I can make that. The spoiled first thing is you need to produce them at the reliable rate though then. Yeah, I've never crafted that either. Also need rare bioflux for crafting the biolabs. Yeah, we'll get to that. I have no idea how to get all of that stuff yet. It is just something we'll have to produce live. We might set up I could try to quality module some of the science area and just leech off some bioflux. I think we have a little bit of extra production, so we could get away with it. But perhaps it's safer to just set up a separate bioflux where we just hard recycle all bioflux. Well, we just make bioflux with quality modules and hard recycle all bioflux. That's not rare. Probably something same for the Biterex. It's not maybe the most efficient, but it will get the job done. The thing is, we don't need the production rate, or we don't need like a like for science, we don't need an infinite production which continues all game. We just need to make the biolabs and we can stop with the rare bioflux and rare Biterex, I think. At least until we get to Prometheum science, which we don't even need to beat the game. Alright, it's looking promising though. This is the first time I've actually have faith in that it's going to work on Fulgora. Because I didn't really see it happening before the stream and before this station design. With the direct outputting into here. I think it's gonna be reliable. It's gonna be a bit wavy in terms of production, but it's gonna be reliable. It's gonna be heck to build though. It's not gonna be the most fun times. I would rather fight biters with gun turrets for 36 hours straight and build all these. We'll see how that goes. It's probably not that bad. I've got construction bots and a power armor Mark II now, so it's gonna be a lot easier maybe than I think. Especially now that I got the blueprints. And we don't need to figure out any of the placements. We just need to go there and build. It's gonna be easy. Yeah, it's gonna be easy. Just need to get these things in my inventory. The rail supports. Enough rails. And like 12 copies of whatever is required for one of these outposts. And we should be good. We just need to walk along every route once and it will be built. Yeah, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy. I have faith. It's gonna be fun. I believe. I hope you believe too. Alright. That's all for today. It's like 1:30. I gotta go to bed. Tomorrow Glabber stream. I cannot be sleepy then, because if I'm sleepy I'll mess up and you will have way too much fun. And I won't. So I'm gonna go to bed. Hope you had a nice evening and I'll see you all next time.